Yep, okay, now we got it. All right.
All right, well, good, that was fun. Good morning, everyone. So I have the strange task of trying to weave together a conversation about plurality into some sort of overall frame. So this is what I'm going to try to talk about. There's some sort of difference between good and bad conflict, and I think a lot of us are sort of circling around these ideas, and they're very old ideas. So the first thing I want to try to get some agreement on is that conflict is not a failure condition. It's a normal thing. It's a inevitable outcome of people trying to work together in societies, because there's historical background, so we can never start from some sort of place where we're all square, because there's always things we can't anticipate when we make contracts and agreements with each other. I'm looking at you, Web3 voting schemes. And most fundamentally, because groups actually do want different things, and sometimes there is no way for everyone to get the same thing they want. And finally, because we don't want to eliminate conflict, because the only way we could actually do that is through force. So the first question I want to pose is, what makes conflict bad? There's a bunch of things we could say. So most of you are probably familiar with this type of graph. This is a graph of effective polarization in the US over the last few decades. And generally, what's happened is that we increasingly dislike the other. In the case of the American conflict, it's the other party, right? It's red versus blue. This starts to destroy the social fabric. So it used to be that people dated and married across political lines. They really don't anymore. This is from Teen Vogue a few months ago. You know, they're 10, but you know, they identify as a Republican, or alternatively, they say Black Lives Matter, right? This is 14% of Americans lost a friend over politics after the 2016 election. This is literally tearing us apart. Unfortunately, people in politics and media and related fields have an incentive to widen these divisions, because you can gain political power by pointing out how different they are from us and that they're a threat. It's kind of a devil's bargain. It can you know, propel you to victory at the polls, but it also widens the divisions and makes it harder to work together. And it's not just a question of how we feel about each other. We actually misperceive each other. So some of you are probably familiar with this idea of the perception gap. And basically, both sides, which I'm just going to call red and blue to avoid getting into arguments about what liberal and conservative really mean, both sides perceive the other as a lot more extreme than they actually are. It's symmetric. So what you're doing here is you're saying something like, you know, you ask Republicans how many Democrats would believe that most police are bad people, and they, you know, they estimate much higher than the true value. Right? So conflict can arise not just from sort of interpersonal or affective conditions or relational conditions, but also from objective misunderstandings of what the other side believes or what the condition of the world is. And that would be a bad kind of conflict. Ultimately, where this goes is, with increasing distrust, people switch from cooperative to coercive strategies, because they think that there's no other way to get what they want. And we all have kind of experienced this, or seen examples of this, or read about examples of this. The idea is that the moderates get marginalized. They get kicked out. There is a sort of uniformity or narrowing of opinion within each of the groups, which is, of course, the opposite of plurality. There's other work, which I'm not going to show today, that suggests that the more diverse the set of narratives in a society is, the more likely it is to be peaceful. So you want to watch for the narratives converging, and for social pressure to believe the same thing. Ultimately, what you get is an escalation cycle, which, if unchecked, heads to violence. People have mapped out the stages of this in pretty detailed ways. It starts by, you know, talking shit about the outgroup, but then, of course, they talk shit about us. And then inevitably, when something happens, right, there's some misunderstanding or even sort of an intentional insult or injury, we lack the social relationship to repair that. And so then, you know, people get angry about that, and then we expect them to do bad things, and then when they do bad things, we have, there's this beautiful phrase in the literature, confirmed negative expectations. It starts to be hard to back down because we've gone this far. There's social pressure to exclude the other. We may even be ashamed of the way we act around them, and to de-escalate would be admitting that we've done something wrong. Eventually, what we get is a situation where initially we want to do well, and then it becomes about winning, making sure that the other side doesn't get what they want, and eventually it just becomes about hurting the other side. At this point, you can start to get breakover into violence. People don't want to be violent. It's something they do as a last resort when they feel they have no other choice, most of the time. And ultimately, what this type of conflict does is it leads us to abandon our norms and our principles, right? When conflict escalates sufficiently, the basic considerations and dignity which we try to treat each other are abandoned because we are scared of losing, because there is some greater threat, because we feel we have no other choice. So that's bad conflict. What's good conflict? Right? I said it's inevitable. I said it's not always bad. So what makes it good? Well, democracy can be seen as a conflict mechanism or a conflict resolution mechanism. And sometimes you see statements like this. This was a losing presidential candidate in 1984. And he says, winning would be nice, but I'm glad we have this democracy and I accept the result. The basic premise of democracy is you should accept the result when you lose this time because you might win next time. That's an example of a good kind of conflict. But more fundamentally, conflict is often necessary to produce the conditions for positive social change. There's many people have discussed this. I'm gonna cite a beautiful excerpt from a letter from a Birmingham jail from Martin Luther King. And he talks about this idea of creative tension. It's necessary to create some sort of confrontation, some sort of tension, some sort of discomfort to cause negotiations to happen, to set the conditions for a structural change in society or its relations. This has been developed into a political theory called agonistic democracy by a bunch of thinkers in about the last 30 years or so. And it says the fundamental feature of an agonistic democracy, there's sort of two ideas. One is that the other side really does want something different. It's not a problem we're going to solve by talking about it and coming to a consensus. So in that sense, it's sort of, I think it's more realistic because we don't always come to agreement because we actually do want different things sometimes. But it says we must treat the other side as adversaries, not enemies, and talks about how the conflict has to be constrained by some sort of norm. There's this beautiful phrase from agonistic democracy, a vibrant clash of passions, which kind of sums up this idea. The metaphor is you want to think of a sports competition or boxing and not a street fight is kind of the distinction we're trying to draw in this theory of democracy. And again, the idea is that we have to build a democratic system that can accommodate real difference that will not be papered over by deliberation. And what Muf is claiming here is that if we do not do this, then people will lose trust in democracy because they will not see a path forward to fundamental changes in the system. So she thinks that this is actually a radical form of democracy because it incorporates the idea that there can be real difference and radical changes. And interestingly, one of the things she says in this is that, for example, she doesn't agree with deplatforming or no platforming, because she says, well, that's not a real democracy if the people you disagree with most are simply excluded from the political sphere. That won't work because they will resurface in other ways. There's a bunch of literature which carries through these ideas. This is a nice example from the planning literature. So if you're like trying to do urban planning or design an institution or something. And it sort of splits these three different approaches to democracy or to dealing with conflict, right? And sometimes these are called aggregative, deliberative, and agonistic. So aggregative is everyone votes and we pick the best answer. Deliberative is we try to come to some consensus. And agonistic is we're not going to agree, but we still have to have some channel for conflict. So putting this all together, what we have is this idea of conflict transformation, which is rather than trying to sort of paper over our divisions, we want to change the nature of the conflict so that it leads to some better outcome. Sometimes we talk about this as peace versus justice approaches, and here's an example actually from Lisa's paper, looking at racial justice in the United States. And there's this sort of tension between these people who do bridge building and the people who try to address structural reform. And we have to have a system that incorporates both of these aspects. We can't have peace without justice, everyone says that, but the reverse is also true. If we're fighting, that is not a just society. You see this also in certain things within the social justice community. They talk about transformative justice. We need to have justice that's something other than punishment. All right, so this is this fundamental idea of conflict transformation. This is from John Lederach, who worked in all of these societies, mostly in Latin America, where there was conflict, and sort of developed these ideas and tried to find ways to change the long-term nature and trajectory of the conflict. Okay, so I'm out of time, so I'm just going to lead with this slide. This is, as many different theories and people who had ideas about what the difference between good and bad conflict is. And I submit to you that as we think about designing pluralistic institutions, one of the fundamental challenges we have to address is to ensure not that there is no conflict, but that there is good conflict. And I will end with the slide. All right, thanks. Okay, I think one or two questions.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that fascinating talk. That was really interesting. And I've been thinking a lot about agonistic planning and some of these frameworks. And something that I've experienced in practice is that a deliberative approach works really well when you have institutions that enable everybody to participate. And an agonistic approach works better when some people are disenfranchised. And the specific use case is like environmental justice in Chicago, under Rahm Emanuel. Political leaders were not even allowed to say the word racism. So a deliberative approach is not going to work there.
Right.
But under Lori Lightfoot, that quite changed, and so then people were able to come to the table. And so I'm curious about these being different in different circumstances, and also sort of the role of incubating over time to get from one circumstance to the other.
Yeah, so the question, if I understand you right, seems to be about sort of when would you look at different models, this sort of aggregative versus deliberative versus agonistic. So I hope that how this works is that you have a sort of aggregative, it's a straightforward poll type of thing for sort of the routine problems. You have a deliberative process for when things get a little more complicated. You're not sure you're going to surface all the opinions without that. And then but then you have capacity for an agonistic approach when you discover that there is real difference, and ultimately one side is going to lose out. Part of the agonistic idea is to open space for that sort of radical critique, and someone in the back of the room shouting about how fucking racist everyone is, right? We have to have some method to incorporate that voice, or you get riots because they have no other way to be heard.
Awesome. That's a better question and answer than my question.
Yeah, I'm curious about sort of, we were discussing this before, sort of the love of the strong man, the Putin, and the Democrat in the South before we had one party, I'm just curious, how do you go with such a system that's so extreme, where does your models fall on that when the sort of love of the, sort of the push to the right, that really strong love of authoritarian figure, how is that?
Yeah, so how, yeah.
Can you repeat the question for the live stream people?
Yeah, so I'm going to attempt to. So the question was about how do we talk about the love of authoritarian leaders that we see in various contexts and countries, and how does that fit in this model? So I think one of the ways that people come to want a strongman is when they see no other way to address their concerns. And another thing that I see happening is, this is related, I see it as related to polarization dynamics, in that if there is no way for those people to be heard, and a sort of proto-authoritarian leader is able to amplify the differences between us and them and say, they will never hear you, they are not interested in your concerns, then that empowers the leader, right? Which is why I keep coming back to this idea of, as an institutional design, you have to make space for the people who you disagree with, not only disagree with, but who actually have different political goals than you. All right, I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
All right, next up, we have
Yeah, I can put the slides.
Milli.
Cool. Okay. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to be talking to you about an experiment that I recently ran with Micah and other collaborators at Berkeley. So this is going to be about social media ranking algorithms for the timeline. So in the good versus bad conflict of things, we're going to be talking about the bad conflict side. In particular, we ran a pre-registered randomized experiment measuring effects of Twitter's ranking algorithm, so for the home timeline, without internal access. So unfortunately, a lot of what we think we know about social media ranking algorithms is hampered by the fact that most studies are observational. So it's hard to really know what the effect of the actual algorithm is. Or the few experiments that we do have that are about the algorithm are done by the company themselves. So obviously that raises questions around conflicts of interest, but also probably limits the types of questions that are asked in the first place. So in this case, we managed to run a true experiment without any internal access. And the reason we were able to do this is because on Twitter, you can actually see your content sorted in two different ways. You can either view your content ranked by the algorithm on your For You tab, or you can choose to just see content in reverse chronological order from people you follow on the Following tab. So we were able to leverage this to actually run an experiment. The way we did this is we recruited a large group of Twitter users on Cloud Research Connect, which is a crowd-working platform similar to Mechanical Turk. For each user, we simultaneously grabbed the top 10 tweets in their personalized timeline and the top 10 tweets in their chronological timeline. So in total, we got 1,730 pairs of these timelines. So for each user, we have a counterfactual. What would they have seen under the algorithm, and what would they have seen if they were just viewing tweets in reverse chronological order? So we collected these tweets over 2 weeks in February of this year. Then, after collecting these two sets of tweets, we surveyed them about the tweets in a random order. So this allows us to actually estimate the causal effect of the algorithm because we can compare their responses on the personalized tweets to their responses on the chronological tweets. What do we actually measure? So I'm going to walk through and show you basically what it looked like for a user taking our survey. I would say that we measured things in 3 categories. The first category is around emotional effects. So when the user starts a survey, they see a tweet that we've collected from one of their timelines. They don't know which one it is. So this is a real tweet that one of our users saw. Outcry in Scotland over the vegetable shortage. Shut up, you didn't even notice until you saw it in the paper. So the first thing they're asked is how the author of this tweet is feeling. So in this case, the user said, they're asked this on 4 dimensions: angry, anxious, happy, sad. So in this case, the user said the author is not anxious, happy, or sad, but is moderately angry. Okay, then the next thing they're asked is how this tweet makes you feel. So in this case, the user was not angry, happy, or sad, but was moderately anxious from this tweet about the vegetable shortage. Okay, so these are the emotional things we looked into. The next category was around political effects. So here's another tweet one of our users saw. Nothing to see here, just Biden and Zelensky strolling through Kyiv while air raid sirens sound. Trump would have needed a diaper change. So the first thing they're asked is this tweet about a political or social issue? And if it is, then they're asked to label how the tweet leans politically. So here they said it was a left-leaning tweet. And then they're asked, because in this case, they labeled the tweet as being on the left, the user is asked whether the tweet is expressing anger, frustration, or hostility towards a person or group on the right. So this is trying to measure outgroup animosity. In this case, yeah, they said somewhat expressing some animosity. And then they're asked about how their perception of people or groups on the left or people or groups on the right change after reading this tweet. In this case, this tweet actually went to one of our users who self-identified as a Republican and as being on the far right. So here they said that they feel much worse about people or groups on the left and about the same about people or groups on the right. And then finally, the last category we just asked them, is this the kind of tweet that you want to see? So explicit value. And in this case, they said no, they don't want to see a tweet like this. So what were our takeaways? The first result we found was that the algorithm significantly amplifies emotionality, and for political tweets, by far the predominant emotion for both what the author is expressing and what the reader feels is anger. We also see greater expressions of outgroup animosity from the algorithm. And this is it's important that we found this finding because this has been a debate in the literature for a while. So there are these high-profile papers that found evidence of emotional contagion and outgroup animosity driving engagement on social media, but they were observational. So then, of course, there's a follow-up paper saying reconsidering the evidence of this, where they tried to do a replication, failed to. Then the original authors came back, did a replication of their own. So now we actually have some causal evidence that the algorithm is amplifying this kind of content. Our second result was that the algorithm seems to potentially be contributing to affective polarization. So after readers read tweets selected by the algorithm, they have an improved perception of their in-group and a worsened perception of their out-group. And interestingly, this happens without the algorithm creating any kind of filter bubble. So on both the chronological and personalized timeline, you see about 40% of political tweets are from your in-group and 20% are from your out-group. So our hypothesis is it's not about the algorithm sorting you into filter bubbles, but rather the algorithm uplifting particularly divisive content from your out-group. And then finally, very interestingly, the algorithm selected tweets are preferred slightly overall. So when we just ask readers whether this is a tweet that they're interested in, they slightly prefer the algorithm in general, but not for political tweets. So overall, we have the story that the political tweets are picked by the algorithm are more angry, express more outgroup animosity, are more polarizing, and readers will say they don't want to see them. Okay, well, all right, what do we do from here? So I'll just briefly, after saying all this negativity, briefly talk about what we can do looking forward. So I think there's a few areas that we should be doing a lot more on. One is more measurement of some of these effects. It's hard to diagnose this. Yeah, I didn't have much to say here as hopeful things because of all the API increases, but maybe the DSA provides some hope here for researcher access and so on. So obviously we need to actually diagnose the problem and get researchers to agree on what is happening. We need a lot more measurement from the outside. The second is that the algorithms are optimized for people's behaviors. And very interestingly in our study, we found that when we just ask people explicitly, though, they maybe don't want to see the polarizing divisive content. So are there ways that we could actually change how the behaviors and the objective are weighed? This actually takes a lot of technical advancement, too, because we can't survey users all the time. How do we use those kinds of sparse signals? And then lastly, okay, that's the topic of this symposium, I guess, is we find that some of these tweets are polarizing. Why are the tweets completely personalized to one user? If we do things like diverse approval or try to actually do explicit bridging, which I guess Jay is going to talk about next, then maybe we can mitigate some of these problems. So I'll just end there. Thank you. Questions? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's a great question. The Digital Services Act by the EU. So it affords researchers potentially access to these platforms to do experiments and studies if you apply. Also, the DSA requires all platforms to have a non-algorithmic way of viewing content. So hypothetically, you could do the kind of study we did from the outside where you compare against a non-algorithmic baseline. But yeah, that obviously depends on other things like API access and so on. Yeah.
Curious if you've shared this research with the platform companies like Twitter and what responses you've received.
No, but I guess Jay knows about it now. Yeah, I mean, it's online, it's public. I haven't heard anything from Twitter specifically. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm curious if you have seen any work or done any work on seeing if the algorithms have changed recently after Elon Musk has bought it.
So I personally don't think that the algorithm changed this much. After we put this online, a bunch of like random third-rate publications were like, Elon Musk makes algorithm angrier. But I mean, the algorithm is open source and it's like seems pretty generic. I'm sure it's changed a little bit, but I feel like the bigger problems are like the engagement optimization and the signals that are being amplified. Yeah, Jonathan.
So there's public documentation that Facebook reduces some of the use of engagement signals for political content. And I've actually been told that YouTube does as well. How would we evaluate those changes?
I'm actually trying to do a study around this. The question was like, I realized I completely forgot to restate the questions. I'm sorry. For political content, we know that Facebook and YouTube downweigh some of these signals. How would we evaluate if that makes a difference? I think we have to be able to evaluate more types of ranking. Like it can't just be the two things that Twitter gives us, which are chronological and personalized. So I want to collect more data and try out different weights that are just like completely different from what the company has. So I think the like Facebook URLs data set by Social Science 1 is one potential way to do that with historical data. But I think you can also collect new data and just survey users with these like artificial timelines, which maybe gets you part of the way. Yeah.
Thank you for this really interesting and clever research. I'm curious about just sort of, right, you have this unique aspect of Twitter where you can compare these two timelines, right?
Yeah.
And that's not true across other platforms, but just from your sort of like expertise and intuition, do you have thoughts about like, do you think that this is a problem across platforms that's generally like endemic to existing algorithms, or do you think that it would be different in like Reddit, Nextdoor, versus Twitter, Facebook, etc.?
Yeah. I think that you probably see similar things on Facebook. I'm not really sure about Reddit, TikTok, Nextdoor, because they're used so differently, whether it's like very content-based for TikTok or subreddit-based for Reddit. Yeah, I think Facebook is probably the closest that I would expect these results to hold in. And yeah, I think the question was implicit in my answer, so okay. Yeah.
Another question. How expensive / labor intensive was it to do this study? Is this something that can be done quarterly? Like, is this something that could be part of the public information infrastructure?
Yeah. Question is how expensive was this? Is this something that could be done quarterly and be part of the public infrastructure? Yeah, it was. I mean, it was expensive for us academics. It took like $30K. But if some institution wanted to do it on a quarterly basis, it would definitely be feasible. And if the platforms like the platforms could make it a lot easier if we just had a few tweaks. Like for example, the chronological timeline you could get from the Twitter API at that time, but you couldn't get the personalized timeline. It kind of makes sense, that's their product. But if you could somehow get researcher access to that, then it would be a lot easier to collect that data. Like we had to have people download a Chrome extension and scrape for the personalized tweets and like, yeah, so there's some infrastructure to maintain and update as well, but I think it would be really great to do it longitudinally. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it for questions then. Thank you.
Wait, sorry, what do I press?
To go forward, and that's backward.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, are you okay? Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to be talking not about the talk that is on the event schedule. I came up with this because I thought this was more relevant, on democratic, bottom-up, and pluralistic digital governance. And this is going to be kind of a smattering of different projects that are done by my lab. And I lead this lab called the Social Futures Lab at University of Washington on reimagining social and collaborative systems to empower people and improve society. And what I think is cool about our lab is that we really sit at this intersection of like computer science, social science, and also design. So we're thinking about ways to build new software and systems to support bettering society. And those are my wonderful students and lab mates. Okay, so I'm going to kind of like speed through this because I think we all agree on many of these points and we already know them, but basically that there are many of these societal problems related to communication, information online, hate speech, misinformation, abuse, harassment. Lots of work understanding this. These are problems that predate the internet, but what's new today about these problems as they manifest online is this issue of scale, right? They are manifesting in settings where we have these very highly and very centralized kind of control. We have platforms hosting and serving content for millions of people. We have nowadays generative AI models producing content for millions of people, and it is this very kind of centralized setting which we didn't really have before. And some would say, you know, with this scale comes the opportunity, maybe even the moral imperative, to try to combat these societal problems via these regimes, these like content moderation, curation, recommendation regimes, AI alignment regimes. And even if you disagree with that statement, I would say that actually doesn't matter if you disagree or not. Those working behind these systems, you can't actually shirk from this work because there is no neutral way to generate content, curate content, moderate, recommend. There is no like natural thing to do. So even if you're not doing anything, you're doing something. So we have to think about how we're going to do this. However, we can think about the way in which we do this and perhaps doing it in a better way. So maybe the kind of norm today of these massive regimes is this kind of like autocratic, top-down, one-size-fits-all model. This is true for quite a lot of things online today. Could we think of them in more democratic, bottom-up, and pluralistic ways? And I can talk about why I think that those are good things. I think most of you agree with me. If you don't agree with me, we can chat after the talk about why I think these are good things. But I'll just assume that you think that they're good. And I'll talk a little bit about different projects that we have that are seeking to further that vision. So, you know, instead of autocratic rule, you know, I like democracy. Could we have more democratic decision making? How can we do decision making collectively at scale? That's kind of hard. Instead of this kind of like top-down directive, like Facebook saying something or the CDC saying something, you know, what can we do that's more bottom-up? That's kind of coming from individuals talking to each other, everyday people kind of communicating with peers about issues like misinformation or hate. And instead of these one-size-fits-all regimes where, you know, we all have to use the same recommender, we all have to use the same, be under the same content moderation kind of approach, could we have a plurality of approaches? And to ask that question is the follow-on question: how do we devolve these kind of one-size-fits-all kind of decisions that are happening at the central point of control down to individuals in smaller communities? Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about each because I don't have a lot of time. So on the first question of designing better collective decision-making processes working at scale, what does better mean? I'm going to talk a little bit about legitimacy, consistency, and alignment to community values. So on the topic of legitimacy, we have done some work along with my collaborator, Jenny Fan, on thinking about more democratic approaches to content moderation. So we have this one paper where we argued for digital juries, a jury system for content moderation. And the reason why we talk about this is because juries can scale, actually. You can run lots of them in parallel, and you know, if you have a jury system, like everyone can participate. We find through some experiments they're perceived as more democratically legitimate, perhaps no surprise, than the kind of status quo today, which is commercial content moderation with algorithms and paid contractors. There's also been some work from another lab that shows that online juries can make consistent and repeatable decisions, actually. So that's good. We have some follow-on work, not published yet, still analyzing, where we're now thinking, okay, so maybe if we did have a jury system, how would you do jury composition? And what would people think are legitimate jury compositions? So we ran a large survey across a number of communities, Discord, Facebook groups, Reddit, Twitter. Some interesting results. I'm still parsing it, and we're still running analyses. Overall, so this is like a legitimacy score. Higher is perceived more legitimate. And these are a bunch of different jury compositions that we ask people about. People tend to prefer juries of experts and juries of demographically diverse people the most. And we also asked about juries of people likely to be harmed. There's been a lot of interest in kind of restorative justice lately. It turned out this was not perceived as very legitimate, but there could be a number of reasons for that. Still trying to understand that. We've also done follow-on work where we kind of compared juries, expert panels, paid contractors, and algorithms. We asked them to rate kind of the legitimacy of these processes, but we also asked them to kind of look at a case. We gave it a random outcome, and then we also asked them, before we gave it a random outcome, what the people thought they thought the outcome should be. And we found out that while there were some differences in the preference for different types of procedures, actually outcome alignment ended up being like the dominating factor, which is interesting. It kind of goes to show that there are limits to kind of playing with procedural designs, right? Like at the end of the day, like outcomes still really matter. Maybe if you look at like what's happening with the Supreme Court, you'd understand like, yes, outcomes are important, even if you really care about the thinking about procedural legitimacy. Other aspects that were seen as important were kind of having multiple people, having deliberation as a component, but kind of similar to the prior study, expertise was highly kind of rated. However, experts don't really scale. We're seeing that perhaps with like the Facebook Oversight Board. So we're trying to understand currently how we can make kind of layperson juries more expert-like. So adding training, adding qualifications, larger groups, deliberation, this like demographic splits, et cetera, to improve perceived legitimacy. But that's still ongoing. Okay, so that was a bit on that. I talked about legitimacy. What about issues like consistency and community value alignment? So this is some work done by a postdoc of mine, Jim, who has been thinking about kind of case law versus constitutional approaches to decision making. So when it comes to these decisions that you're making at content moderation or like, what should the algorithm show, it's really complicated, right? You have these content moderation training guidelines that go up to like hundreds and hundreds of pages. And also for the policy teams writing this, it's like extremely hard, right? And so one of the things that we thought was, okay, instead of trying to take this constitutional approach to writing down your values or writing down rules, what if we took an analogy from case law, right? We try to build up this very complex decision bound via deciding cases that are around the border. These cases could become precedents, and then a community could thus encode its values via both these kind of high-level constitutional rules as well as a body of precedents that the community has decided on. And in some ways, like you could argue that like machine learning and training and that sort of thing is kind of like this on accident, but we kind of want to do this on purpose. So the idea here being that with new cases, people can see prior cases, justify their judgments of a case using precedents taken from this like decided body of cases, which we found does improve consistency. You can also do things like find areas of where there's like sparsity in terms of precedents by having multiple people do this and then seeing where their precedent sets kind of disagree. Oh shoot, I gotta go a lot faster. Okay, the next category of things was kind of like this like Habermasian idea of like, people talking to each other creates a better society. And so we have this large NSF project where we're trying to help people have better conversations with their peers, particularly about misinformation in this context. We're building tools, resources, educational materials, trying to build some community support as well. From interviewing people who do, talk to their peers about misinformation, it's hard. Perhaps you all have experienced this. Like, it's time-consuming. It's hard to know what to say. It's hard to know if you're having any effect on the person you're talking to. It's very emotionally draining. And so we are trying to now develop tools to help people. One is kind of culling all the research literature on what are effective ways of response. So different kinds of strategies. Can we then build tools to recommend to people the different kinds of response, as well as using LLMs to help give people ideas of different ways to respond. We've also done studies that look at kind of moral foundations theory, and if we can teach people moral foundations theory, could they then learn to reframe their arguments in the moral values of the other side, gain greater empathy from the other side. So we built a tool that did that, and did indeed find that it helped people. And then the very last thing I wanted to say was just devolving decisions more to communities and to individuals. We did a large-scale representative survey that found that actually people do prefer to have personal controls to set their levels of moderation for different kinds of speech. We tested hate speech, violent speech, sexually explicit content, as opposed to having a platform-wide setting. So people say they want this. And this is another whole big research area of mine, which is kind of thinking about federalist polycentric governance designs to kind of devolve governance from this top-down level. So tools to help communities be able to govern in different, diverse, less autocratic ways, as well as tools for individuals to be able to do things like come up with their own feeds and design feeds and share them with each other. Okay. I think that's it. So, and I'm out of time. So I'm happy to answer any questions about all of those. I know I went very quickly about a bunch of projects. So thanks. Colin.
Thanks so much, Amy. One of the things that I find so exciting about your lab is that you're pursuing so many substantive areas simultaneously with your students. Are there any principles or approaches that you encourage them to take as they go out on these different research directions simultaneously?
Yeah, so the question is, we're working on a lot of different things. Is there kind of a unifying thing, or is there something that we have students kind of try to align on when we're doing different research projects? I try to give my students a lot of autonomy, but I think there are some things that kind of ground our lab. So one is this idea of user agency or human agency, giving people the tools to be able to do things for themselves, as opposed to as a designer, making decisions for them. And the degree to which we can do that, people, there's also information overload and decision paralysis for everybody, right? So thinking about what's the best ways in which we can help people do things or give them the tools to do things, I think is important. And then other than that, I think, yeah, just taking a very human-centered approach and thinking about societal harm, I think is probably, yeah. John?
So I'm super interested in this result that people who might be harmed by the decision were not perceived as desirable for decision making. My guess would be that it's kind of you don't want the most traumatized people making policy. Is that sort of where this is going? Do you have any insight into why they would choose that?
So we're still analyzing the qualitative results. So we did a large-scale survey on this, and we asked them to rate and rank. Oh, sorry. The question was the results regarding different types of jury compositions. Why is it that a jury of people most likely to be harmed was rated the lowest? And so we had this survey, and they were rating things and they were ranking things, and we did have a qualitative answer component where they could kind of explain their rationale. We're still looking at that, so I can't say for sure right now. But one of the things I've been thinking of is that I think for a lot of people, these ideas of restorative justice are still new, to be honest. People are familiar with juries being random or democratically representative or these kinds of things. But I think this idea of just asking the people who are most likely to be harmed is a new idea for people. So it may be something where they just haven't encountered it before. So I wonder if there's an element of needing to learn about that and understand what that's like, perhaps. Yeah, I think that's all. And I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy. Okay, we're running out of time. We're going to take a 15-minute bio break, get some drinks or snacks, try to reuse your cup. If you go outside, door is here.
Oh, cool.
All right, let's get started. Excited for part 2 here. We have Ravi, Iyer, who's going to kick this off. And yeah, we'll have another hour, and then we'll have lunch.
Okay.
So,
Thanks. Is everything mic-wise? Everything okay? Cool. So yeah, I'm Ravi Iyer. I'm the managing director of the Psychology of Technology Institute, which is a project of the University of Southern California's Milli Center. I think I need to. The mic is not working. See? Do I have to push this button?
Yeah,
Um,
press it down until it turns green.
Okay. Is it green? Is now it's off, or is
Yeah.
it?
Try it again. There you go. Uh-oh.
and then when you start, can you just start from the
Yeah,
beginning?
I'll start from the beginning.
So we
Yeah.
can edit this out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Hello.
Okay,
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. So, hey everyone. My name is Ravi Iyer. I'm the managing director of the Psychology of Technology Institute, which is a project of the University of Southern California's Milli Center. And I'm going to tell you something that you probably already know, that diversity improves algorithms. Sometimes I think the best social science is like kind of like a parable. It like tells you something that you already know, just like reminds you of it, right? We all know that the early bird gets the worm, but like sometimes it requires a story to tell you that, or several stories. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. And in part, my goal is, a lot of times people use diversity as a way to make society better. And it's used in more normative terms. And you might think that Jay's algorithm that he presented is something that we can use to fight misinformation. But I actually think everyone in the world should be using diversity in their algorithms. And if everybody did it, not because it makes the world better, but just because it enabled their prediction to be better, then things we'd all have a better world. So I'm going to make the argument that, all algorithms use imperfect signals. When you aggregate imperfect signals and you want to do it well, you need to use diversity. And therefore, all prediction is aided by diversity of signal, including those that improve societal impact. But you don't necessarily need to be trying to improve societal impact to care about diversity. And then I'll give you some examples that actually do improve societal impact. So I started actually, I've been programming a long time. When I was in grad school, I actually worked at this company called Ranker. I helped start it back in 2018. And at Ranker, we answered questions like, what's the best guilty pleasure movies? And the innovation was that we used crowdsourced lists to answer questions that like expert writers were answering. And we thought our crowdsourced answers were better. And to illustrate, why they were better, I'll use one example. We had this list, top NBA players of all time. I looked at the other day. It has, over 200,000 people voted on it. But it's not the volume of people that voted on it that makes this list, in my opinion, the best answer. It's actually the diversity of the people who answer these questions and the diversity of signals that we use in our algorithms. So if I were here and I were to ask people in San Francisco, who is the best NBA player of all time, a disproportionate number would say Stephen Curry. It's partially because they are a little bit biased by living here. They're partially, it's, they probably have some recency bias, and those are things that we call error. If I ask people in Boston who are older, they might say Bill Russell. If I ask people in Chicago, they might disproportionately say Michael Jordan. But if I ask all of these groups, the people in San Francisco and the people in Boston will agree that Michael Jordan is, maybe the second best player for some people. And so there will be a lot of agreement that Michael Jordan is the best NBA player of all time across diverse groups of people. And by taking advantage of that diversity, you can get rid of the fact that, say, a giant number of like Boston fans come to your list and try to game your rankings, right? And so that's a lot of what we did at Ranker. This is a really old slide I used to use in like 2020 about how we, if we want to get the best NBA players of all time, we would try to aggregate across the traffic from Google, and we had these widgets living on various sites, and we get different samples made different kinds of errors. And so by aggregating across all these samples, we got better rankings. And this is not, this is something that people know. People study the wisdom of crowds. There's books written about it. And a wise crowd just means a crowd that has some experience. And then an important thing is that they make different errors so that when you aggregate across them, like if I just asked people in San Francisco, I would not be aggregating across diverse audiences. I would get a biased answer. But if I aggregate across people who make different errors and they have independence of judgments, I get a better answer. And that's, we've all seen like Nate Silver's election predictions are basically the same principle. Jay's birdwatch algorithm, same principle. And so we would do this at Ranker, and we would predict things like, who's going to win the World Cup? And again, these aren't things that have anything to do with like societal impact. We're just trying to make better predictions. So all predictions, whether you're trying to predict who's going to win the Oscars, who's going to predict the World Cup, or what's misinformation, or what's valuable to users, it's all aided by diversity. So now I'll turn to the part, like about 5 years ago, I started working at Meta on all the controversial things, and I brought that experience from Ranker. And a lot of the things I did work on were related to societal impact. And and I want to think about diversity in a couple ways, about like the things that I did at Meta. One is about diversity of sample, so it's kind of along the lines of what Jay talked about, like where are people who are different agreeing, but I also want to talk about diversity of signal. Like what are the different ways you put signal in your algorithm, and what are the ways they all sort of lie to you, and how can I aggregate across all that error and make a better algorithm? So a lot of things I worked on were actually more in the realm of reforming our design of our system. So I started off working on like content moderation type issues, and I found that was very limiting in terms of the impact I could have. So I ended up working on things like how can we improve our engagement incentives. We worked on things like reforming the definition of meaningful social interactions. How should we rank political content? These are all public, right? Everything I talk about here is actually things that have already been made public. One thing that is public that has gotten less attention is in the engagement realm, is that some amount of bridging was actually in the Facebook algorithm. So, and you can think about this as actually another way to, it's the same basic principle as Jay's algorithm, but how about instead of like, having people see misinformation and then, showing notes that are agreed upon by a diverse group of users, what if you use the algorithm to not surface that misinformation in the first place, right? If you had some sense of like, what do people think is high quality content across a diverse group of users, not even show it to them in the first place, right? So, and so I'll just give you a quote, so under public figure civic actor posts, so like, your Donald Trumps, your Joe Bidens, if there's a politician page, we found the top ranked comments were almost always from people who were similar to the poster and reviewed positively by a homogeneous audience, even if they were toxic, right? So even if you post something that is toxic, but politically the people agree with you, people will positively engage with your comment. But if you add diversity, you find that content that receives engagement from diverse audiences tends to be much higher quality compared to the content that a homogeneous audience engages with, right? So if you think about quality, if your goal is quality, there's people positively engaging with your content is somewhat a function of the quality of that content plus how much they agree with it. How much they agree with it in some ways is a kind of error, and aggregating across groups that make different kinds of errors leads you to a better signal of quality, right? So, so that's one way it's been used in comment ranking. Diversity was also led to robustness against information operations. So like typical, prototypical information operation is a bunch of people in a foreign country, who have similar histories, engaging with content in similar ways. And similar history is, we talked about it like diversity of sample, but I also want to like push on like the similar behaviors, right? Like they may all be trying similar tactics to like manipulate an information space. And one way you can address that is by having other signals other than, say, engagement. Like, it's easy for you to hire a bunch of people to engage with something for an engagement-based algorithm. It's a little harder if we add things like surveys to your system to make it more robust against the error in engagement-based systems. So one thing we did was we added surveys to the system. And surveys correct for a lot of different errors that engagement-based systems have, right? So we've all engaged with things that we thought were low quality. We've all spent time with something that we regretted spending time on. We've all shared something that, look at this terrible thing, and that was the thing we shared. We've all commented on something that we thought was terrible. So these kinds of engagement are not necessarily indicative of value to a user, right? Especially, in Smitha's study, especially for political content, right? Especially for important kinds of content. And so surveys can help show you that, right? Like, I will tell you, I will pay attention to a fight video, but if you survey me, I will tell you, I don't want to see more fight videos. I don't think that is high quality. So surveys help correct for a kind of error that engagement has, and when you aggregate across those signals, you get a better algorithm. Another thing we did was add UI elements that elicited different kinds of feedback. So one kind of bias in systems is that we make it really easy for things that 5% of people like to go viral. And we make it hard for people to tell you to dislike something. So maybe 50% of people dislike something, but we can't actually get that signal. So one way you can get that negative signal that helps balance your algorithm is you make that dislike signal a little bit easier, just a little bit easier. So one thing we did is we add a little X in the upper right to say, I don't like something. It used to be hidden under the 3-dot menu. And that gives you a little bit more diversity of negative feedback, because otherwise your negative feedback is just people reporting each other for political reasons, right? Like, Democrats report Republicans, Republicans report Democrats, and it's not a great signal. Here you can get a little bit more diverse signal. There's non-political people actually saying things that they dislike. We also can add things like a little survey-like interfaces to both get negative feedback and get sort of a survey-like input into your algorithm. And so Facebook recently rolled out this show more, show less system where people can say I engage with that, but I actually want you to show me less of it. And then you can do some rate and functionality limiting, just things so that a small group of people can't dominate a space, and you get a more diverse group of people in the space. So things like group functionality limiting, et cetera. So in summary, I hope I can just illustrate that diversity just improves all algorithms. And I could have started with the Facebook part, but I wanted to show that, honestly, it's not, every system should be using diversity. We shouldn't be just using diversity to put notes on, I think it's laudable that we use diversity to put notes on misinformation, but every algorithm where you're trying to predict something will actually benefit if you think about diversity of your sample and you think about diversity of the inputs in your system, the way that you're collecting that data. And so that's my talk, and I'm ready for Q&A. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, go for it.
So you spoke quickly about Nate Silver's election prediction
Yeah.
models. And I was wondering, how do you see, basically in models that are trying to predict the future
Yeah.
outcomes of elections,
Yeah.
how can we use that sort of survey
Yeah.
type feedback
Yeah.
in predicting, for example, whether a user will be responsive or not to political advertisement, or basically improving political models?
OK, so the question was, how do we use the same principles as Nate Silver's election models for improving political outcomes, right? Yeah, so honestly, I think Smitha's study sort of points the way that engagement signals often lie for user value in political domains. Right, we don't want our State of the Union to be the most entertaining thing in the world. We don't want our health information to be the most discussed thing in the world, to get lots of comments back and forth. And so I think that having surveys is proven to be at least part of the solution, just not using engagement signals, not relying on engagement signals. A lot of these systems have correlated error in the sense that it's just different kinds of engagement that are optimized for political content. And the more that companies have publicly moved away from this, then the better that these systems will perform. And that's a lot of the Nate Silver's models are about, if you read the details of his posts, is trying to understand OK, here's the people who use the cell phone only, and here are the people who use online, and here are the people. So he's basically trying to think about different sources of error, because all of those methods have different sources of error, the same way that engagement has a different source of error from surveys.
Thank you.
Yes, David.
It seems like the main crux of your point is that diversity removes the bias from individual data sources. Is there a principled way for combining diverse sources? Like, how do you know whether to do 10% user engagement, 80%? It's like, how do you combine all these different sources?
So, I mean, I think it's helpful to have some sort of objective function, right, of like what it is you're trying to achieve. That isn't the, ideally, you know, I'm a big believer in Goodhart's law, that it has to be something that isn't something you trained upon. So one reason that I believe that, say, surveys add to engagement is the dependent variable of, so engagement-based models are often about, you know, increasing business outcomes. And then when you add the survey-based models, what you end up with is maybe a little bit less business outcome, but you also end up with benefits in terms of misinformation. You end up with less bullying. And so I think it's an empirical question, right? Like you can try it at various different levels, and you can see what leads to the outcomes that you're optimizing for. At least that's the way I've used it in the past. You know, what leads to better user experiences? If that's your thing you're really aiming for, you know, you have this dense signal like engagement. It is a proxy for something. Like nobody at a tech company actually really wants engagement. What they really want is long-term usage of their platform. They don't know how to measure that, right? So if they could figure out some proxy for long-term users of their platform, such as user sentiment, et cetera, and see how like using these different signals to correct for the errors of like one signal can help, then it ends up being more of an empirical question. All right, I think I need to wrap it up, unfortunately. But I will be here the entire day. So I look forward to taking questions then. Thank you.
Thorburn and Aviv Ovadya.
The other ear for the other person. Oh.
Is that okay?
Yeah, but I'll need it too. Okay, that's fine.
Is that okay?
Yep.
And then just in your pockets.
Yep.
Everything work?
Yep.
Good? Okay.
Oh, you can turn mine off for now. Oh, let's see. Is there enough button on this? I'll just turn it off during.
Well, just don't speak.
Okay.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. My name's Luke, and I'm going to be speaking with Aviv to give a sort of broad overview of the state of bridging-based ranking and recommender systems, split into roughly 3 parts. The first is evidence for why bridging-based ranking would work from a variety of sources, then the priorities for what we need to do to learn more about it, and finally, Aviv is going to talk about the connections between bridging and deliberation. So briefly, we sort of define bridging according to this definition. It's a sort of a qualitative goal that you would want an algorithmic system that allocates attention to aim for. You can also think of it as trying to improve the quality of conflict in Jonathan's terms that he spoke about earlier. But there's different ways of implementing that in practice. So 3 parts to this talk, starting with what we know. And I'm going to focus on one particular way of implementing bridging, which is the idea of diverse approval, very similar to what Ravi just spoke about. So you could use the heuristic that if a piece of content in a recommender system is in some sense approved of or endorsed or thought favourably towards by people who would normally disagree with each other or who come from diverse backgrounds, that is bridging. And there's a leap there in your assumption as to whether promoting that kind of content will lead to positive conflict outcomes, but there's evidence for believing that it does, which I will step through now. This is a very crude example of what that might look like in practice, contrasted with a sort of caricature of traditional engagement-based ranking. So if a post is liked, say, by people from different sides of politics, different factions, then that would be ranked most highly according to this diverse approval heuristic for implementing bridging-based ranking. So there's sort of 10 sources of evidence, I think, that we have for why this might be a good thing to do. The first, and I'll spend a little bit of time on this slide because I think it's an important intuition, but the idea of sorting is that an important aspect of the extent of conflict is not how extreme viewpoints are or how sort of divided people are along a one-dimensional spectrum, but how dependent their beliefs are and their affiliations and identities are across multiple axes. So you can imagine if there's 2 identities here, A and B, in the most sorted world, those identities define 2 perfectly separated groups, and there's no sort of cross-cutting identities between them. But then you can imagine if there's people who are in both group A and group B, or both in neither group, that leads to these identities to be cross-cutting more, and there's more sort of social cohesion. And one argument for diverse approval is that it surfaces ideas and content and affiliations that are in these cross-cutting identities relative to the status quo. And there's evidence for this idea of sorting and cross-cuttingness being an important conflict metric. There's studies that show, for example, that countries where religion and ethnicity cross-cut each other, they're much less likely to have outbreak into civil war. A second category of evidence comes from contact theory, which is a large field, but basically it's a fairly robust result that if people come into contact with people from the other side in non-competitive contexts, then that tends to reduce prejudice and animosity between them. The third is the idea of surprising validation, which is that if someone says something that you would normally disagree with, but that you agree with that person already or have some element of commonality with them already, you're much more likely to take that idea seriously and think, if somebody like that believes this thing, maybe I should take it seriously. And so diverse approval as a heuristic would include instances of surprising validation within it. The fourth source of evidence is that so media effects are the effects that happen to us when we are exposed to items of media, such as items in a recommender system. There's a bunch of evidence to suggest that you can have effects on conflict outcomes just by being exposed to pieces of media. So this study on the right-hand side, the Strengthening Democracy Challenge, tested a bunch of interventions in sort of social media contexts and found that you can, just by showing people on a screen, reduce things like partisan animosity. There's also a bunch of well-known effects in psychology that just by being exposed to certain types of ideas tend to become more aligned with those ideas. So in theory, it should be possible from that perspective. The fifth point is that you really do need the approval part of diverse approval. Diversity alone is not enough. There's a well-known study here by Chris Bale that if you just pay people to follow bots on Twitter that post things from the other side of politics indiscriminately, they tend to become more polarized effectively. And so you really do need some bridging element of commonality. It's not just enough to indiscriminately show people stuff from outside their in-group. And then there's a bunch of more empirical sources of evidence. So there's beginning to be work testing bridging algorithms in practice. This is some pilot data from Jason Burton, who has shown, at least in this pilot, that ranking tweets according to bridging tends to be slightly negatively correlated with engagement, but also negatively correlated with toxicity. and there's a lot more emerging work along these lines. Then there's a few deployments. So this is not a well-known platform, but my ex-advisor at the University of Melbourne built this platform in Australia during the 2013 federal election. It was sort of a policy debate platform that ranked contributions, and one of the key algorithms it used to rank contributions was on the idea of bridging. If you managed to appeal to people who usually disagreed with you, that was a strong signal for the quality of the content. And the key takeaway from this, I think, is that the clever users of this platform figured out that that was what they needed to do to get attention and get visibility, which suggests that the incentives of the system were effective. There's Polis, which Colin will be talking about later today, so I won't go into too much detail, but it's a key example of bridging in practice. Twitter, which you've heard also about today already, so I won't talk about that, but yeah, another positive example of this, working with very few downsides. And finally, as Ravi alluded to, there's work at Facebook where they implemented this diverse approval idea, and not in the main feed, but in ranking comments and so on, and it had all these sort of positive side effects, which you can read about in the Facebook papers. So to conclude this section, I think most of the evidence for diverse approval is fairly indirect. There's a few deployments at platforms, but we really need studies that sort of comprehensively test different implementations of diverse approval and bridging-based ranking in general, more to a greater extent quantify the trade-offs with traditional engagement-based ranking, and have more direct causal links between bridging-based algorithms and conflict outcomes. So second, I'm going to talk briefly about what we need to learn more about bridging. Aviv and I have this paper where we set out a bunch of the open questions and problems in bridging systems. But to summarize, I think there's three main areas. One is we need methods for implementing them at scale that work and that are increasingly sort of attuned to the different divides that might want to be bridged, which are more or less important for the outcomes that we want to affect. The second is that we need more implementations of bridging systems across different contexts, both to sort of experimentally test how these work in practice, but also as examples to point to say it works in this context, it works in this context, and the downsides have been relatively minor in comparison to the benefits, to the extent that that is the case. And to that end, I'm working on putting together a series of case studies of existing bridging systems. It's not quite live yet, but if you're interested in that, please let me know. And also, there's a bunch of people in this room who are thinking about experiments or have experience running experiments. So there's lots of discussion to be had around that. And finally, we need metrics for evaluating bridging systems and conflict outcomes. There's different goals that we might have in mind when we're doing bridging. There might be epistemic goals around increasing the accuracy or factualness of information. There's reducing conflict risks like political violence or ability to coordinate. But we need metrics for measuring these things and evaluating the extent to which we're actually impacting them. I have a big sort of survey of formal measures of division in models of a population, which is a work in progress, but you're welcome to check that out. And also a preprint I'm working on around measuring and quantifying this concept of sortedness in a way that is comparable across different contexts. So that's that, and I will pass to Aviv to talk about the connection to deliberation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, we need to do oh, you did it already. Great, excellent. 1 second. Put this back in. My apologies. Okay. Hear me clearly? Excellent. Thanks, Luke. Hi, I'm Emillie V. Ovadya. I'm going to talk a bit about the relationship between bridging and deliberation and some of the early stage projects sort of relating those two. So why do we care, first of all, about bridging and deliberation? Well, you can think about them as sort of two connected work streams. For me, in deliberation, a key motivating factor is around how we can effectively make decisions, including democratically, across national boundaries, and what that even looks like, and what that might even look like at global scale. And we need bridging and deliberation to do that well. And an underlying goal is that I think we are going to need better, faster, deeper governance across difference to get to a positive future in a world with global connectivity and accelerating AI advances. They're going to need it soon. So bridging and deliberation, they very much build off of each other. We use bridging in deliberation, and we use deliberation in bridging. We can use deliberative processes to govern bridging, and these processes both inform each other. And we have a huge amount to learn about or from effective deliberation processes. This photo is from a deliberation process convened by the EU government to help shape its future. And the people there are not parliamentarians, they're citizens from all walks of life, chosen through democratic lottery at random across every official language in every country of the EU. We can't do this sort of thing without implicit bridging. Another place that bridging fits into governance is, well, a key question around bridging is how much bridging should we actually have in, like, where should it be used? Who should decide? And that question of who decides matters especially within the context of these transnational platforms and infrastructure. They operate across boundaries, both things like Facebook and things like OpenAI. We can think about this sort of bridging force that these systems provide across society due to their ubiquity, a sort of digital air that we're breathing that will either push us apart or bring us together. And democratic deliberative processes provide a non-paternalistic mechanism for collectively determining the extent of bridging that we want to subsidize across societies and across borders. And then finally, well, bridging is a critical component of deliberative processes, obviously. From Polis to facilitation of citizen assemblies to the development of facilitation tools, we want to be thinking about bridging. And so we talked a bit about prior work from us and many others here, but what's next? Many different paths, but I'm going to just talk about one particular piece that I think or two pieces that I think are interesting. And that's around mapping the holes that we need to fill with resources and funding to get the deliberative and bridging infrastructure into place, including potentially at global scale. So how do we best understand what processes to use where? Well, one of the basic things that we need and that we'll benefit from is having a better idea of how they all fit together across those scales. And for that, I think we need to develop a visual language for deliberative processes, both that are manually facilitated and tool-based, and really understand how they fit together. We can sort of map their type signature, the inputs and outputs, the key properties, the state changes. And this builds on some of the prior work around collective response systems that I presented at the last Plurality event, which sort of mapped and characterized a very specific kind of deliberative process. Things like Polis or remesh. It's not quite a type signature, but it's the same sort of general direction. And as we alluded to in the Plurality event, given this sort of framework, we can explore where and how to bridge different subcomponents, or to bring bridging into subcomponents, and then measure the bridging at each output. But collective response systems, they're not general enough. There are other kinds of deliberative processes. They're just subparts within larger processes. But we can create these type signatures at multiple levels of abstraction to capture this in a way that's useful for understanding these systems. And this also helps understand how best to chain and combine processes. We want to know which processes are applicable where, including within existing processes, so things like the policymaking process or conflict processes. We want to have a level of rigor around the conditions needed to advance to the next stage of the process that could be useful in deliberative processes that are tied to power. Like, what is good enough? And one important open question here is, what kinds of existing process should we be thinking about that these modules are fitting within, right? We have decision-making and policy-making and conflict. Those are areas, and even within those, there's so many sub-areas and so many different existing ways of thinking about things. And ultimately, I want to be able to sort of, this is a very crappy first pass, just to sort of put this on the map as a set of ideas. But I want to be able to map complex processes and characterize their structures, their risks, their benefits. And if you have frameworks, processes, or examples that you want to share, or if you're interested in doing this sort of mapping or being involved in developing this sort of visual language, let me know. I may also put together a small short workshop that feeds into these sorts of approaches. I was going to do that here, but decided to sort of push that off while we're together just because of other things that are going down. a big part of which is in the past, I guess, a huge part of the work in the past few years has been around getting deliberative processes on the map, right? And bridging processes on the map. And I think they are, because of all the reasons that we talked about. And the good news here is that we actually sort of have one, right? Every day there's more talk and action. We get new kinds of processes to understand and get ahead of both platform issues and AI challenges. And every major actor in the AI world and some major regulators are all now talking about this as of the last few days. So OpenAI, DeepMind, and Anthropic, they've all publicly expressed their interest in deliberative processes, helping with some of that. But there are huge amounts of divisions when you're thinking about the issues here that do need to be bridged, including deep ideological and geopolitical rifts. So what are the processes that we should be investing in that are best for these applications? And what are the kinds of deliberative infrastructure that we need? There's a whole slew of new institutions that I think we are going to need in this future that we're sort of heading toward. And some of them are going to benefit. Some of them are just going to benefit from deliberative processes, and some of them are absolutely need that in order to get to a good future. And so I think that for me, the goal of this sort of work and the work that we're all doing here is around being ensuring that we are ready to fulfill that need and can allocate those resources as needed to get to that good outcome. And I will, I guess, Q&A for both of us. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I just have sort of like a question about, in terms of deliberative processes, I guess this really has to do both presentations. What is the role of like language and understanding in the effectiveness of deliberative processes? So from theories about like language and power and then power dynamics and things like that. So I just feel like there's just like a missing whole set of conversations of like what does it mean to bring diversity that relates to language and power to these kinds of forums. And it's sort of a meta question and may not actually even directly relate to what you're saying, but I guess because inputs and outputs, the act of gathering inputs and then listening are very, very very important processes, and who's listening, in what language, and what are these spaces? And that's just like a general question I have about these deliberative processes in general.
Yeah, there's a lot there. So just the question was around the role of language in deliberative processes, especially, I guess, when tied to power. Is that?
Yeah, like power dynamics.
Yeah. So I don't think I think this is a great offline conversation because there's a lot of depth here, and I think we all have varying levels of expertise around this. But I think one of the key things I'll say is that I think that this question is an example of a kind of, in this framework, like input and output. It's like, when you're talking about language, let's say contention, like language that can really be seen in, taking a step back. There's two kinds of questions about language. One of them is around like French versus Spanish, and the other one is around like using this word versus that word in a particular context. Which one are you asking about? Or both? Okay, so
signaling power for language.
Right. Okay, so signaling power through language. Yeah. So I think that there are going to be places where in this sort of deliberative module sort of framework where like one of the goals of a kind of module that we see implicitly in the actual work. Like there is a module where the agenda setters are actually choosing the language, choosing the ways in which they're communicating in setting up a process. Like that is its own sort of micro process that needs to be part of any of these kinds of frameworks. And I think like being explicit about this, part of the reason to create a visual language about this and to create a sort of shared language around this is to be able to talk explicitly about that, because I think it is actually incredibly important.
What is a good bridging metric? Since you have done the reviews and you have like looked at metrics, you are like looking at bridging specifically and also at use cases. Maybe you have a use case where you could show that a specific metric has been a good indicator for bridging, where it actually worked.
I guess it depends what you mean by worked, I think. Sorry, the question was, is there examples of what a good metric for bridging is in particular use cases where you can show that bridging has actually worked. I think if you're interested in improving sort of conflict outcomes, there's not that many deployments of bridging that have actually measured that directly, which I think is a key area for future research. I think the sort of sortedness-based metricization of conflict outcomes is something that's quite tractable in sort of online platform settings and would be probably near the top of my list of things to look at, but also survey-based measures like do people feel heard? How much political animosity do they have towards people on the other side? I think those, surveys and sort of sortedness are probably the top for conflict outcomes. If your goal is improved quality of information, there are in community notes and other deployments much more well-established measures of quality and that kind of thing, which are in use already. That would be what I would point to.
And just to sort of add one more piece here, I think part of the reason to really think about what is a sort of shared language for talking about sort of the modules of these processes is exactly to characterize, given a set of inputs, what are the what are the kinds of things that we can measure? What are, like in this case, we're talking about state change. We're talking about like, are people changing their relationships, maybe even as a result of these systems or these processes? Like being able to characterize that clearly and being able to say, this kind of bridging metric is appropriate with these kinds of outputs. That is like a core reason why I think it's important to have this sort of shared way of communicating around these processes. And it's motivating by questions from you and others.
Who asked the metrics question?
Ravi?
Just curious, some people would say that the market is a deliberative process, and that one way you could introduce more bottom-up signal into these systems is more interoperability and choice among systems as opposed to deliberating about any individual system. I'm curious like how you think about those two things as like different avenues for, getting to a consensus in society about what we should be using to talk about things online.
Yeah. So the question is, you could think about a market as a kind of deliberative process in some sense. And what is the extent to which we should be sort of leaning into like having many places that you're sort of choosing among versus sort of deciding what the sort of policies of a particular system should be. And I think that markets work in many contexts. When the thing that you're trying to address is something that doesn't maybe have clean boundaries, where there's lots of side effects on other people, where maybe the very expensive, the really difficult parts of it, for example, something like Facebook or even the outputs of language models, like when those things are, like there's an incredible amount of investment that you need to do in order to make those things that are actually beneficial for society. You may have, there may be economies of scale, and there may be really significant benefits of governing those things in a democratic fashion, deliberative fashion, but then, but basically leaning on voice over exit in the Aldous Huxley sense, if you are all familiar with that, this idea of how do we actually govern this because this is a shared resource. There is an implicit shared resource here, even if they're marketed among different systems. And so I think deliberation does play a significant role in environments where there are implicit shared resources that have all of these externalities, and where you cannot sort of, I'm going to go to this other system because the market allows me to do that. Well, that's still having a lot of impacts on people who are still in the original system.
I think we need to wrap it up, but thanks everyone for your attention.
Okay, thank you guys. It is time for lunch. Okay, here's what we are going to do. Before we go to lunch, we're going to take a group photo. So if you would like to be in the group photo, not right now, but when I get
Sure, sure, sure.
We are going to dive back in. We have 5 speakers coming up for this content block. And after that, we'll have a nice long coffee break where you can chat. Feel free to take over one of the discussion tables and get people rallied around whatever you're interested in. And then after a coffee break, we'll come back in here and we'll have a closing session and hear your thoughts and reflections on today. So without further ado, Matt Prewitt is going to kick us off.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Or is that? There we go. Okay. Thank you. All right. Hope you had a nice lunch. My name is Matt Prewitt. I'm president of Radical Exchange Foundation. And I'm going to give a short talk about plurality and how it relates to certain kinds of big picture political questions, and then ground that into some of the work that I've done recently on community currencies and sort of thinking about different systems of money. So I want to start with the idea that plurality implies its opposite, right? So there's some, when we talk about plurality, implicitly there's some sort of opposite principle that we have in mind, which might be some sort of totalizing principle that organizes everything, or totalitarianism, some kind of lack of diversity, or authoritarianism. But when we start to think about these two things, like plurality on the one hand and singularity on the other, it gets into really, really tricky conceptual territory. And I want to get into that a little bit. And point towards a conception of plurality that I think helps us structure some of the toughest sort of moral and political questions that are out there in terms of relating to basically the legitimacy of power and the boundaries of community, and then connect that to some concrete thinking about new institutions and in particular money. All right, so I warned you this would be a little bit philosophical. Plato, in the dialogue Parmenides, has all kinds of choice quotes, one of which is, "A one which is a plurality, both one and many, whole and parts, limited as well as indefinitely numerous." So this is a very, very old question. Even before Plato, this was this paradox between the idea of a whole, which is comprised of parts and is therefore both one and many. That paradox was seen as like the fundamental question of being. So this is a very deep, very old question. And if we kind of bring this into the current conversation, we have a couple different sort of archetypes in mind. First, the metaphor of a coral reef has become very popular, and one hears it a lot, especially in conversations about plurality. So you have this idea of an open network of interdependent parts, which is a plurality. And we can kind of contrast that with the idea of like a single bounded whole or an entity, which has resonance with the idea of a polity or a community or an authority. But in many ways, these two ideas are connected. And so, like, the authoritarian thinker Thomas Hobbes, in the cover of his famous book Leviathan, he depicts the idea of an authority as like a composite of all of the different human citizens or members of the polity. But this duality is quite sort of complicated, right? Because if we take the idea of a coral reef and if we zoom in on it a little bit, you'll find a fish, right? And if you look at a fish, a fish for all the world kind of looks like a leviathan or like the dictator of its cells, sort of a composite of all of its cells. And if we keep zooming in, we'll find another plurality, right? We'll find a network of interdependent parts, which are the organs within the fish, right? If we keep zooming in, we'll find another sort of unity, right? We'll find a cell. And if we keep going, we'll find that the cell is also this network of interdependent parts. We can kind of play this game forever. You could play that down to the sort of subatomic level, and you can also zoom up, right? You can think of if you go up above the level of the fish and the coral reef, you'll find this sort of alternating series of perspectives on what's going on, right? Above the coral reef, you'll find the entity of the Earth. Above that, you'll find the interdependent network of celestial bodies. You keep zooming out, you have a star, right? So there's a way in which these two things are two sides of the same coin. And I think a helpful way of thinking about it is that the sort of singularity or unity is like the external aspect. So when you're looking at things from outside, sometimes they appear that way. And when you're kind of within it, you'll see something more like a coral reef, more like an interdependent network of things. And this sort of duality shows up all the time in politics. It's like a really important thing that is constantly being navigated in questions of political morality. It's questions of which entities or wholes matter, how much, and where their boundaries are. So a couple quick examples. If we think about the fish, right? There we sort of make a normative judgment that the fish matters more than its cells, and so there's like you have this process of apoptosis. If a cell is harming the whole of the fish, then we're happy to sacrifice the cell for the good of the fish. And then in all kinds of situations in politics, for example, the whole concept of human rights is that the whole of the nation doesn't absolutely trump the interests of the humans that comprise it, right? So you have situations in which we'll place the whole above the parts. This says Die Würde des Menschen ist unantastbar, which is the first part of the German post-war constitution, says the human dignity is inviolable. And bridging gets into this question all the time, right? Because when we think about bridging, it's like we're often sort of assuming that there's some whole whose integrity we want to sort of preserve. And you can start to imagine sort of sub-communities forming within it. They can strengthen to a point where they sort of threaten the unity of the whole and create conflict. And we are needing to make judgments all the time about, a lot of what Jonathan was getting into this morning is very relevant to this. How do we distinguish between good conflict and bad conflict? And I think there are a few sort of frames, sort of methods for thinking about the relative evaluation of parts and wholes that are instructive. And so I just want to share a little bit about this. So one way of making these kinds of judgments is to postulate a particular whole and say that that matters, and then evaluate everything else by its contribution to that whole. So we could take, like, let's say a nation, France, right? And then we can take all the other things in the world, the big things, the small things, the Earth, the other countries, the humans, and evaluate them in terms of their contribution to the whole of France, right? This is basically conservative politics in extremis, right? This is basically sort of friend-enemy politics. It's dividing things along a singular axis in terms of what their contribution to a singular whole is. There's another way of looking at things, which is evaluating everything as parts of like a class of wholes. So we could postulate a class of sort of co-equal wholes and evaluate everything else for each of them and each of them for one another. So here's what I mean by that basically is like, you can imagine an array of co-equal humans, right? And then you can look at everything from each of their perspectives. You can evaluate all the other humans from their perspective and all the other things, large and small in the world, from their perspective, from each of their perspectives, and kind of sum that up and say, you know, how are we doing? This is interesting, but I think there's some problems with this sort of procedure too. The main one is, you know, how do we make the valuations from all these different perspectives commensurable? And the way that we normally do that is with money. But there are big problems basically with using monetary systems for affecting this kind of commensurability of values. And the problem is that money itself comes from sort of a single point of view. It has distorting, it distorts the relationship between all of the parts, reduces everything to a single variable. There's all kinds of other issues. Like, for example, the way that it's created is typically by sort of expanding debt, which means that in a way it's servicing like its own growth as opposed to the interests of each of the people that we've decided, you know, matters and has interests. And so it unifies everything in a way. Like it connects everything. It sort of resolves the plurality, but it destroys. I mean, the way I think about it is it unifies everything, but in sort of a plurality destroying way. So it creates sort of a monoculture that undermines the internal texture of whatever system we're using it in. So there's another way of thinking about this kind of relationship between parts and wholes, which I think is interesting, more interesting than, and I should say, first of all, that this one, if the first one is sort of conservatism in extremis, this is sort of like liberalism in extremis, right? Another way of looking at things is to postulate wholes at multiple levels. So we can postulate wholes that we think matter above and below the entity we're evaluating. And then, you know, so if we want to kind of figure out what we think about France, you know, how important are its interests, we can think about it in relation to what's above it and what's below it. So in other words, is it integral to what it's a part of? And is it integrative of what is a part of it? And we can kind of, you know, we might come to different conclusions. We might say it's good for its citizens, but it's bad for, you know, the bigger picture of the Earth, which sort of includes the other citizens. And we can kind of, you know, think about all different kinds of institutions or technologies or whatever as sort of interventions between things that we think matter. The idea of plural money, I don't really have enough time to get into it. I just want to sort of gesture towards it, and I'll refer you to some more reading about it. But the idea of plural money is an attempt to design a kind of a paradigm for building community currencies that would allow sort of both of these perspectives to be recognized in an economic system. So that, in other words, instead of just having one variable coming from this sort of perspective of universal money, evaluating everything's contribution to a system, if we could have other sorts of monetary metrics that are measuring the contribution of wholes or entities to their components from below, or to things that sort of sit beneath them and comprise them, then we'd be able to sort of, you know, figure out whether our institutions are harming the general ecosystem that they're participating in a much more interesting way than we're able to. But in order to be able to do this, I mean, the classic problem with community currencies has always been basically that people don't want to hold them. It's always preferable to take a community currency and exchange it for the equivalent value in a universal currency at any point in time, because that just gives you more optionality. So in order to create economic structures that would accomplish this, we need to basically build barriers between currency systems. We need to build currency systems in which it is costly to take a currency that's traded within a smaller community and exchange it for something that can be traded within a broader community. And there's all kinds of sort of more technical thoughts that I and others have developed about what that would look like and how to do that. But I don't want to, I'll leave time for at least one or two questions. So the way to think about plurality, in conclusion, I think is not just to think of it as sort of a network of agents participating with one another horizontally, but also think of it as an integration of what is below it and what is above it. So I think there's this kind of there's sort of an important insight here as we conceptualize plurality, not to think of it as just an integration between agents operating at the same level, but to think about the sort of internal plurality of our institutions and their sort of their hierarchical texture. All right, there's a link there to read more about plural money, and I will leave it at that. Do we have time for questions?
There's no time for questions, so
Okay.
maybe like a 30-second one?
30-second question.
No? Okay.
Okay.
Save them for break. Thank you, Matt. Next up, we have Deger Turan.
I can tell. How do I present? Hi everyone, my name is everyone? Okay, there we go. Hi everyone, my name is Deger and I'm at the AI Objectives Institute. The thing I want to talk about here is how can we use the technology of today to go beyond simple preferences and outcomes-based modeling of society. At AOI, we are interested in building the institutions of the future and how can technology that we're developing right now be able to be deployed in a way that the transformative technology ultimately yields for beneficial deployment. I want to start by one of the core questions we see in voting from social choice theory on discursive dilemma that Philip Petit explores quite a bit. This idea is that depending on the way questions are asked during polling or majority voting, it is possible to reach conflicting conclusions. A simple example that demonstrates this is if we have three different groups and we ask these three groups that are in the same size with each other three questions about a new policy. Say we want to improve the roads on the street. We say, do we have enough budget? Is this issue important enough to proceed? And are we ready to deploy the solution right now? Say each group says yes to two questions and says no to one question. Now, if we ask the question, is each condition met independently? Yes, the majority of people did say we have enough budget. The majority of people did say the issue is important enough. And on an individual level, if these questions are asked, we can proceed to say, yes, we should move forward with the repair. If you look at it the other way, are all three conditions met as the question that we are asking? No one actually said, yes, we have met all three conditions. So depending on the question we ask, we would actually reach the opposing conclusion. Furthermore, preferences as stated can, and they very much do change and evolve based on the actions and their consequences. We have seen this with Brexit, where the UK has updated its majority opinion saying maybe that wasn't a great idea for us to leave. So the question is, how can we build institutions that can evolve through time as the public is updating their values and creating a space for this to be discussed? The framework I want to introduce is to think about rules and standards. A rule may be in a residential neighborhood we should drive less than 15 miles an hour. A standard instead may be drive responsibly. Drive responsibly is inherently imprecise. We are entering a paradigm where language models are able to capture imprecise information about people's preferences, opinions, values, and are able to reflect this. This hasn't happened before. Now, the question is, are we able to leverage this in a healthy way that can yield the language model and AI power towards getting to better deliberation without replacing the human in the loop, but being able to empower different viewpoints that exist? The building block we are thinking about at the AI Objectives Institute is to think about action guiding principles. Let's ask better questions, not just why A is a better option over B, but why should A be preferred over B? And what are cases where A may not be preferred over B? This allows us to look at more detailed granularity instead of thinking of a final vote that is towards an outcome or towards a preference. What is the process that guides an action? What are the principles that guides the action? So the question is, how can we discover these at scale? Say we should not drive faster than 15 miles an hour so that the kids in the neighborhood can play safely and the streets will be quiet. Unless there's a healthcare related urgency. One might say, yeah, drive responsibly, but if something is really urgent, I guess we would be okay for you to go fast, even though that broke the rule, that broke the law. These guiding principles allows us to explore the reasoning that generates these preferences. And the question is, are we able to bring that to the center of decision making for collectives, for our regulations? And can AI help identify these synergies and edge cases? That is what we are interested in. So we have built a prototype called Talk to the City, and I want to give a very quick demo of that. This prototype actually uses Polis data, the one that I'm going to show you, on basically what you see here is every cluster on the screen is a different cluster of people that share a similar opinion. These clusters are representing opinions rather than people. So you yourself might end up on many different clusters at once. We are both using the demographic information for each of the for each of these clusters, and also pairing it with any other metadata we can have, their similarity to other views and the linguistic content of the clusters themselves. So say you have a cluster called legalizing marijuana. Within this, we have 3 different viewpoints on marijuana should be legalized or should not be legalized due to increased crime, drug use, health risks. You can engage with any of these as an individual viewpoint and ask questions to these clusters. Why do you believe this? And the system will be trained on only the responses that are from these clusters and be able to give you a response. But what then this becomes interesting with is you're able to ask questions on how does this cluster compare with other clusters? Are we able to use a correlational approach when we can have these different viewpoints that are independently represented to discuss with each other, to identify cruxes and synergies? There's a lot of discussion right now on AI policy. Say we are eliciting a number of different principles, such as LLMs should never pretend to be a psychiatrist. LLMs should prioritize improving the user's mental health, or LLMs should offer support to low-income communities. Using AI, it is actually quite possible to identify what are some edge cases between these 3 scenarios that might cause some principles to be supported and some principles to be violated. And using this iterative approach, seeing which principles are actually in sync or in conflict with each other, we're able to come up with better policies. These policies can leverage the power of simulation without necessarily removing the human in the loop, but by being able to identify points of synergy or points of cruxes so that they can be surfaced back in a human town hall deliberation. And we can do this with the current Talk to the City clusters. So you can ask, is this principle in conflict with the other principle? Say, legalizing medical marijuana would provide relief to those with chronic illnesses. And the system can give a response. A principle that is compatible with both opinions could be that marijuana should only be legalized for medical purposes under strict regulation and supervision. This can be applied at scale between every principle that has been elicited. And then we would be able to identify which principles actually have the highest convergence so that we can push them towards a simple rank-based voting and say, these are principles that the systems, the institutions we are building should abide by. Or which principles should basically continue in subsequent deliberations so we can iron this out further. So we're exploring a 5-step approach starting from elicitation. And in the elicitation step, we are combining both expert and demographically diverse surveys. This was something that was brought up by many of you in your talks as well. The questions need to be worded in a way that elicit action guiding principles that really underline what are cases that this might not be a good idea and why is this a good idea. On top of that, we can use different organization structures. We're combining semantic information with recommender system style information and identifying different clusters. This enables also the capability to maintain the transparency and the interpretability. You should be able to have the system evaluate any 2 opinions, any 2 principles, and these can be done to your own opinion as well as you're contributing. Once all these cruxes are identified using this, we basically, what are the highest synergies, which elicitations are forming cruxes, we are able to move forward to say we can formalize the ones that seem to have large-scale agreement. We can use a traditional vote or some form of council that finalizes this. And further cruxes can be iterated by, what are better wordings that we may come up with that can go back to a, collection of surveys or focusing on the legislators first. And this can create a continuous system that can update based on new things are happening. We saw this with COVID happening. The world is moving at a faster pace right now. We won't necessarily have time to wait for the Senate to be able to be assembled, et cetera, et cetera. So how can we build systems that can iterate fast without necessarily needing to convene in person all the time? This approach, looking at Elster and Petit's explorations on what are the deliberative democratic ideals, we believe satisfies both the inclusivity constraints, which is that everyone should be able to contribute and vote, the judgmental constraint, which is we should have both in-person discussions on the common concerns about which resolutions should be preferred, and also lean on AI to be able to generate these. And also dialogical constraints, which is that the discourse should be happening on an in-person or like open and unforced dialogue with one another. That's about it. Thank you, everyone. Any questions?
Go back a few slides. Yeah, right there. Could you just say a little bit more about how you get that graph?
Yes, so this basically is an agreement metric between different principles. So there's a couple different approaches to be able to elicit this. A simple one would be how many people that holds this principle would also agree with this other principle. This is something you can get from a system with no AI. This is just simple recommender system. Like Polis basically creates clusters using this framework. Or you can bring on a level of natural language on top of this as well, where you can ask language models to score how much in agreement are these two cases. How many edge cases are able to be identified that form a crux. If you're able to augment the system with this metadata, it ends up being more powerful because we're moving away from just who is sharing ideas with each other towards the actual underlying content of the idea itself. And that is really important to go to action guiding principles to become the vocabulary of the negotiation, rather than just using a recommender system that says, these people also seem to agree with this. Where is the majority line? So yeah.
Delightful. Thank you for sharing. Can you go back to the slide 16, it looks like, with the 5 points? So something I really enjoy in your work is that you're sort of doing both the technical implementation, but also paying a lot of detail to the ethical and theoretical underpinnings. I'm curious about this slide, if you think this links to what Aviv was talking about in terms of having multiple modules, not expecting any single system to do everything, but putting them together. And if so, is that what you're doing?
Absolutely. I think each of these steps is an independent step. And a lot of our philosophy here actually goes all the way back to Eric Drexler's open agency model, where instead of creating a monolith that can make decisions, be it a government or AI, which is usually the case we're thinking about in these steps, are we able to create independent modules that have their own goals, but when synergized together is able to create the outcome? So yeah, I've talked plenty with Aviv, and it's quite formative for me to understand what are ways in which we should be implementing simulations and AI power into deliberation systems. So ultimately, we can bring people together. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you, everyone.
Next up, we have Colin Megill.
a discussion, which then can expand onto social media and beyond.
right. Web at large, and I'll explain that a little bit in more detail.
Underneath, yeah.
So by intervention, what I mean is basically, I guess the sound doesn't work.
Just hold until you see a blue light. Thank you.
I feel like a cyborg. So by intervention, first I mean a certain conflict zone, Russia and Ukraine, or Nagorno-Karabakh in Azerbaijan, in Armenia, or multiple other conflicts in the world. For a peace builder to know or to contemplate how to exactly do peace building on the web for these particular conflicts, one of the first steps that we introduce is first to try to map a conflict on the web. So map how the conflict is extended or done across the web. And by that, what I mean is understanding how the conflict is waged online, but how particularly it's sustained by confrontational language, be it hate speech or incitement or other things, as well as poor access to information about the, say, values, premises, arguments of opposing sides of users, made more difficult, for example, by various algorithms. And then based on that mapping, what the peace builder can do is eventually formulate bridging or complementary information to introduce to opposing sides in different parts of the web. And a third mode of intervention would be a little bit on the level of platform design, trying to introduce the peace builder to a sort of engaging deliberation or co-design about certain algorithms that are responsible for filtering or ranking or recommending information to these different sides of the conflict, as well as for content moderation strategies. So I'll show one particular case study here that we did for a conflict colloquially known as the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, which was centered or still engages Armenia and Azerbaijan. And what the conflict is about, in a very, very kind of rough nutshell, is that there is an enclave or an autonomous oblast called Nagorno-Karabakh in the middle of Azerbaijan, close to Armenia, that is internationally recognized as part of Azerbaijan, but for many decades, if not centuries, has been mainly inhabited by Armenians. And the Armenians that live in Nagorno-Karabakh consider that autonomous oblast as theirs and de facto governed by themselves as what they call the Republic of Artsakh, and have military support by Armenia. And that conflict has been going on since the end of the Soviet Union, a little bit beforehand, since 1988, and has seen multiple pogroms or ethnic massacres between Azerbaijanis and Armenians. So needless to say, the relations between these two people is very bad because of this conflict. So how do we map this conflict in an information environment? Well, there are multiple starting points, but first, if one discounts television or printed media as part of that information environment and focuses solely on the online environment, one can start by looking into what Azerbaijani speaking and Armenian speaking and Russian speaking, since Armenians speak a lot of Russian, at least 70%, say about the conflict or how they engage in the conflict through, for example, confrontational language or otherwise, through their main online sources of information, be it Facebook, Twitter, Telegram, VK, and YouTube. So we take these as data sources, and then from there, we do query design with multiple keywords from expert lists to retrieve relevant posts that engage or refer directly to the conflict. And then we snowball those keywords with additional relevant material. And then we have, say, a couple of thousands of posts per platform as results. So there are many ways in which we have sort of mapped the conflict, and you know, social media research produces lots of different visualization devices. But one particular way that we try to do it somewhat, and by tried I mean really tried, it's still an experiment, is really to see the degree to which these different groups, Azerbaijanis and Armenian speakers, converge in acknowledging, or at least mentioning, key issues that would facilitate dialogue on the long term. So when one takes something like Truth Reconciliation Commission, the truth aspect of the reconciliation process is for opposing groups to recognize the experience of suffering of that conflict. There are multiple massacres, for example, engaging the two groups. So in this case, we see in this column the number of posts that we get for several platforms, and in that other column we see posts in different languages: Azerbaijani, Armenian, very, very little, and then Russian, which refer eventually to Armenian speakers. And then we see which of these key issues that have affected these two populations they tend to refer to the most, at least in their data sets. So we see that for the most part, Azerbaijanis mention massacres that affected themselves. The Khojaly genocide, or Khojaly massacre, had multiple thousands of Azerbaijani deaths perpetrated by Armenian army, and likewise Armenians or Russian speakers refer mostly to the Armenian genocide and other massacres that affected themselves. And there are a few cases of crossovers, right? So Azerbaijanis do mention the Armenian genocide a lot, and Armenians do mention the Khojaly genocide as well. But you know, needless to say, mentioning does not mean acknowledging in the very least. So these are somewhat weaker representatives. But they are useful enough for the peace builder to tell what is making understanding or convergence of interest more difficult. So these are a number of posts that are part of this data set, where Azerbaijani speakers mention massacres involving Armenians, where this person over here says, there is no such thing as the Armenian genocide, it never happened. But what there is a massacre that has affected us the most, which is the March genocide, or the March massacre. And that other Azerbaijani speaker also is a little bit more neutral and just kind of lists a number of historical events that he thinks led eventually to the Second Nagorno-Karabakh War. And what this shows, of course, is that there isn't acknowledgement, but there is at least enough information for the peace builder to tell what exactly is making that acknowledgement more difficult, which are resentments from the part of Azerbaijani speakers in having their own massacres not be recognized by the Armenian state, etc. So one can go a step further and look into what are the pieces of information, and by that I mean media diet, be it news media or other social media content that they encounter that are used to form or formulate the arguments or positions that they take vis-a-vis these issues. So here, what you see is just a simple network graph that shows the URLs that the posts in different languages mention when they talk about these historical massacres. And of course, the graph is a little bit underwhelming because naturally they have different sources given that they speak different languages. But one point that we can focus on this graph is, say, something like a common source, like Wikipedia, being used as a source of, say, popular history, right? Or as a popular source of history that could potentially facilitate cross-lingual understanding for these historical issues. So I'll just show one quick example. These are two versions of the same article in two different languages. So this is the Khojaly genocide that again has affected a majority of Azerbaijanis in Azerbaijani and Armenian. And here we used an LLM to extract the sort of building parts of each article's historical viewpoint or worldview. So we asked, okay, list the number of victims of the Khojaly genocide in yellow for the Armenian article and in green for the Azerbaijani article. The Azerbaijani article obviously points to more victims than the Armenian one does. And then we asked, okay, what actually happened? What are the main events? What are the main dates? the Azerbaijani article pointed to way more events than the Armenian recognized, and they didn't agree on the same culprits. So the Armenian version said that it was actually the Azerbaijani army that carried it, and vice versa. So what the peace builder can do is basically try to find convergence, or try to introduce converging viewpoints between these two sides in the Wikipedia article itself, or use that information also to do peace building on other parts of the web. So because I don't have a lot of time left, I'm just going to jump into the conclusion as quickly as possible. But another point of intervention here is also in content moderation. So what the peace builder can do is basically to monitor content moderation around the conflict zone. In this case, we looked at YouTube videos about the conflict in both languages, Azerbaijani and Armenian. And we saw that in yellow here, so every dot is a YouTube video. In yellow, most videos were private, but the majority of it were actually not safe for work. You just have to sign in and confirm your age. But the actual content of the video was incitement language for hate speech, right? So it's these videos of armies like, pushing each other to kill each other. So there is an obvious miscalculation there by the platform that the peace builder can intervene in, and as an expert say, look, your content moderation policy has to be adjusted for this particular issue or conflict zone or language space to acknowledge this kind of material a little bit more precisely. And then just to finalize, another point of intervention would be in algorithmic design, right? So say if I type in Khojaly genocide into these different languages, what kinds of things are recommended to me? And here we see the conflict being perpetuated again, because in the Armenian side, it's mostly videos that just dismiss the massacre or say that it didn't really happen. So here, as a peace builder, you can say, well, when it comes to these problematic queries, what you could do is uprank material that from sources that are disengaged in the conflict, so from so-called as neutral as possible sources. Or contextual material, say explainers of opposite sides or opposite points of views, or content produced by both sides, so Armenian and Azerbaijani media collaborations, or content in foreign language, or recommendations can be dialogical. So if you type in something that's Armenian, then the next recommendation should be in Azerbaijani automatically translated, or add more data provenance cues. So to conclude really quickly, I think, and this is mainly kind of a point of provocation, to think of how exactly we can think conceptually of peace building when it comes to algorithmic design, since I think that's where a lot of the discussion is centered at the moment. And I think what's really important to consider is that a lot of the concepts that we use to propose forms of collaboration or peace are also, historically, have also been used to produce some of the algorithms that are responsible for steering up division today, right? So community building or pro-social behavior are very much part of, say, the construction of collaborative filtering processes that tend to coagulate users into homogeneous groups. And if you mention something like community building to a French person, he's going to cringe a little bit, because that's not the kind of social unit that's taken as particularly peaceful. So I think that's, and I think this also refers to a lot of the presentations today, is that a lot of the concepts and the techniques that we can continue to work on should really appreciate sort of messy, really contradictory aspect of peace building as a process, right? Which may not actually result in peace itself. Okay, and that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Lisa Schirch.
Do you have a pocket we could sink that in? Oh, you do have a pocket right there. Right there. Oh, I do.
so. Is it working? All right. Thank you. So I am coming from the peacebuilding field, so thank you, Emily, for giving sort of a UN perspective on the field of peacebuilding. So I want to draw on that background to talk about the digital anatomy of bridging divides. So roughly, as a mediator, as a facilitator of dialogue, we look at sort of different stages. They're a little bit like steps, but they don't have to be sequential in terms of the order. As a mediator, when you walk in the room, you first of all shake hands, you smile, you do some norm setting. As a mediator, you're modeling the behavior you want the people in conflict to follow. You're building relationships, you're gathering information, you're deliberating, and then you're generating solutions and making decisions. And so what I've been doing over the last 5 years is mapping the kinds of platforms or the types of affordances and algorithms that can really help with each of these steps. So it's wonderful for me to be here today and listen to the rest of you. And really, you know, I think the stage of this field that we're in is really learning to figure out what are the differences between these types of tech platforms and affordances. So many of these have been discussed, Talk to the City, Polis, there's others, Remesh, the Psi app, Prism View, PonderWiki. Some of these are really new, but these are being designed really by people who have some understanding of the field of peacebuilding. And I think that that's really important, that somehow this is interdisciplinary. It's people who work on deliberation and polarization getting together with people who are working on technology and how do we design platforms in terms of the affordances of what people can do or not do on them, but also then the algorithms as we have discussed today. I want to just jump back to say, you know, the Hewlett Foundation, which is a tech company, really built the field of conflict resolution. And Malka here did some early work with the Hewlett Foundation. Basically, thousands and thousands of people went through Hewlett-funded programs to learn conflict resolution skills. They invested $160 million over 2 to 3 decades of supporting institutions to, you know, these were universities that started programs, the Harvard Negotiation Project, George Mason University's Conflict Analysis and Resolution School. There were 900 grants, 320 organizations, and it's really sort of all these organizations today who are like out there around the world working on the polarization and the division in society, and now, you know, sort of a number of us are trying to come back to Silicon Valley and say, hey, we've been working on polarization for decades, and some of what we've learned can be programmed together. There's a lot of different terms for this. They're all very similar processes. I'm just putting the slide up to say, if you've heard it called conflict prevention, conflict transformation, these are all very similar processes that follow roughly that stage that, map I showed at the beginning. I'm going to talk about 3 conflict transformation principles. I came from the School of Conflict Transformation. You know, moving from a focus on fixed stakeholder positions toward the deeper interests and human needs. And it's like peeling an onion where people say the first round of a deliberation what they think they want, their position, and then it's kind of revealed in the dialogue, in the deliberation, what they really want. And so the human will is a moving thing. And really what we're trying to design is processes that help people get to the most basic human needs, which usually end up being identity, belonging, respect. And you know, when you start to try to resolve a conflict at that more human level, it's much easier to resolve than I want this land or I'm demanding this land. The second conflict transformation principle is moving from a really simplistic analysis of what the conflict is to a very interdisciplinary, complex understanding. So using economics, sociology, psychology, using these different disciplinary lenses to understand what people are talking about. And the third principle is what we're basically trying to do in all deliberative processes is move from a win-lose framework to a win-win framework, getting people to understand that there is not a fixed pie in most situations. So when you're talking about identity or respect, these are not zero-sum. Everybody can have identity. Everyone can have belonging. We have to design our societies to achieve that. Part of my unique work over the last 30 years has been to look at that process of conflict transformation as both a product of direct, rational, discourse, when people are talking about what they're concerned about, and the symbolic level. And really, you can look at this symbolic versus direct communication mapped onto this process of bridging digital divides. In symbolic and ritual transformation of conflict, you're really helping people move their identity to us, from us versus them to we, building relationships and really changing perceptions and ideas. That can be reducing perception gaps to sort of moving from those interests to deeper needs. I'm going to tell two quick stories. So my dissertation 30 years ago, when I was in grad school, was on the role of ritual and symbol in conflict transformation. And part of it came because right out of college, I worked in Canada on Indigenous land claims, First Nation land claims, where it was very much, the Canadian government was all powerful, and many tribes didn't have a whole lot of rights, and they were trying to get their land back. And I was a political science major, so I was looking at the process of this. And First Nation people started every political discussion with the smudging ceremony. The smudging ceremony, an elder lights some herbs in a bowl and takes the bowl around the circle. And in that bowl, there's cedar and sage, different things, and people would wash themselves with the smoke. So they're washing their eyes so that they see good intentions in the other people. They wash their mouth so they say things that are kind to other people. They wash their ears, their heads. They're basically setting their intention symbolically to interact in a positive way with other people. And what I witnessed, as a political scientist trained in a very rational, logical thing, is that these rituals have a big impact in how people talk to each other. A lot of the field of conflict resolution, we were really trying to get people to the prefrontal cortex, where people can do rational decision-making together. But a lot of people enter conflict from the emotional core of their brain, very threatened in terms of their identity, very, symbols are often speaking to that part of the brain more clearly. So I realized it's almost exactly 30 years ago today. I was on the island of Cyprus. I was talking to Jonathan Stray earlier today about the island of Cyprus. There was a civil war, half Greek, half Turkish Cypriot. The UN peacekeepers came along, divided the island in half, and we were there for a 2-week conflict resolution negotiation. I was 25 years old. I was young, and really trying to figure out, how did this conflict resolution thing work? And what I realized is most of the conflict transformation actually happened over dinner, where there were guitars and amazing Greek and Turkish Cypriot food and candlelight, and people were having these symbolic conversations about their identity, enriching their understanding of themselves and the other, not just as Greek or Turkish, but as mothers, tennis players, artists, all the full rich identities that they have. And so I realized that, the rational part is really important where you're negotiating about the conflict. But the more identity, relational work that you do, and I know this is Malka's work now too, the more relational work you do, the further you get along in terms of deliberation and finding that win-win outcome. So what we realized is that sort of setting those humanizing norms and building relationships improves our ability to achieve a mutually satisfying outcome, which we call a win-win. And we want that because that means people aren't going to leave it. It's sustainable. People aren't going to want to continue to fighting if it's mutually satisfying outcome. And that ritual transformation can help groups align on policy options. How does this translate to technology? I think part of the issue with some of the big platforms like Twitter and Meta's, Instagram, Facebook, and really Tristan Harris has talked about this at the Center for Humane Technology. They are designed almost like gladiator arenas where lots of people are sitting in the audience watching, and you have to be fighting in the center to really gather people's attention. So what isn't there in these platforms are ritual signals of, I really want to talk across the lines of conflict. I really want to hear you and understand. I want to find the common ground. We don't have ways of like shaking hands or smiling at each other to say, I'm not a threat to you. We have different views, but I want to understand. So how might we structure technology platforms to enable sort of a going in and out of direct communication and this kind of symbolic communication where we are signaling our positive intention and able to sort of show each other that we're smiling at them, we want to shake hands, we're sitting around a round table with each other. And I think mostly what we're missing is the kinds of affordances and options in those early stages. So I think Polis, Remesh, Talk to the City are great at information gathering and deliberation, but we don't yet have these really good signals for the symbolic beginning of this trust-building, humanizing process. So just my last 3 slides, I think we could come up with much better identity tags or intention tags to show other people who we are, what our common ground might be, just like those Cypriots found out, wow, they both like swimming or tennis or, these things that made the negotiation over the hard issues actually better because they saw each other in a more rich, complex human way. We could have karma or reputation accrual tags to show I might be asking hard questions, but actually my intention is good, and I have this great history, as you can see from my reputation accrual, that I'm here with a positive goal of listening to and learning from others, et cetera. So those are some ideas about identity and intention tags. There's a whole long list of possible reaction buttons that could be, instead of I'm angry or I'm sad or I like what you're thinking, how do we signal to other people, hey, I see you identifying common ground? A bridge symbol. How about I'm just appreciating your view. Even if I don't agree with you, I can appreciate that that's a really interesting argument and it makes sense from where you're coming from. What if it's really just a clarifying idea, like, wow, nobody's explained that to me before. Now I see the issue in a new way. Or just solidarity with others, that I hear you and I'm in solidarity with the suffering or the sense of pain that you're experiencing. Or just thanks. And then, what are the nudges, coaches, and public service announcements that could be supporting this more symbolic environment? And really, it was eBay that innovated this. Colin Rule, conflict resolution expert, one of the few actually working here in Silicon Valley with the tech companies. The buyers and sellers on eBay get lots of information about what kinds of ways of structuring their complaint to each other that they can give in a way that the other is likely to hear. So they're being coached to be able to communicate effectively and reach that win-win solution. Ideas coming from Twitter are just giving a little flag when somebody posts something hateful. Hey, most users don't do this, or your comment is unlikely to be effective based on its tone. How do we encourage people to listen to each other? At Notre Dame, some of my students are doing some amazing AI-generated sample language to coach people in responding to hate speech. So yeah, this is like my latest research that I'm working on. I've talked with Ravi about it, many of you in the audience. I've learned so much and I really value this Plurality Institute bringing us together to really exchange across these disciplines. Thank you. Were we sitting here? Okay. Yeah. You don't need it. No. Okay.
Brian, can you have the devil?
Thank you so much for your talk. Yeah, so many things. I mean, first of all, thank you so much for bringing all of your rich wisdom and experience and sharing that with us from your own experience, but also from a discipline who has been doing this work for how long has conflict resolution and peacekeeping been around?
About 45 years.
45 years.
People calling it that, yeah.
So interesting. You know, when I was seeing some of these examples you had of different kind of badges, it made me think about Reddit. And Reddit did launch, like they have a lot of badges on there. Have we seen any research looking at how, you know, they're kind of very complex, it's way beyond the like button, how that's affecting discourse on the platform?
Yeah, so Reddit, you know, has a great reputation for, if you want to go there to deliberate, the structure that they're providing supports that. So, you know, exchanging views on Reddit is easier than it is on Facebook or Twitter. So
it'd be cool to see some research kind of comparing.
I can't think of too much research that has actually looked at that.
Research needed. Research needed.
Yeah.
And talking about Colin Rule, who I saw at your conference, which I want to talk about as well. Colin built the conflict resolution system at eBay that millions of people go through. And I remember in his talk, he was saying when he gave, you know, participants an open text box, things got escalated very quickly. But when eBay created a formed structure, like, you know, select from these 20 options, that like suddenly things were functioning very well.
Right.
And that highly structured type of interaction is very different than the very open kind of interaction that we see on most platforms.
Right, and the brilliance of that is, of course, all of us, when we feel cheated or we feel insulted, are feeling very emotional. So like having something there to coach us to be our best selves and to word something actually to achieve our goals. So often we're our own worst enemies when it comes to like putting together the words that we want to express ourselves. Most of us, I would say, need coaches on these platforms to be able to treat others with respect. And these kind of public service announcements, we could be doing so much more, not only to help the tone on social media, but also to really spread these ideas. I mean, it can move offline if people are learning them online. So I think there's a tremendous potential out there.
Have you seen any examples of it working really well, or any examples that are your number one kind of pet peeves?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't actually know. I would point to Ravi. Has Meta used any PSAs, public service announcements, coaching, or Rob, those of you with some Meta experience, has that happened?
So groups can set rules that they want members to follow.
Yeah.
That's the most relevant thing.
So just for the audience out there, Rob is saying that, yeah, moderators can set rules. And I think there are examples within Facebook groups of moderators with some conflict resolution training, you know, doing much more to ensure that there's some positive exchange of views, even on polarized topics. So I think that that's a good point. Yeah.
And I wonder if we're going to see large language models kind of stepping in to kind of automate some of this work that human moderators have been needing to do.
Yeah. But I think the big difference, you know, is a lot of the big platforms, they have guidelines and rules. So it's so focused on content moderation and what not to do that they haven't thought about how do you really encourage pro-social behaviors. And, you know, how do you establish the norms of smiling at people and shaking hands and like all these little things that we know to do in a dark alley at night, or, you know, just in our lives, we know that we need to signal to other human beings that we are not a threat. But we don't have ways of doing that symbolically on most platforms.
Switching gears for a minute, you shared the HP funding kind of conflict resolution back in the day. I actually went to middle school, like a mile away from HP headquarters. Wow. And I participated in a peer conflict resolution managers program, and I now wonder if that had something to do with
I'm sure it did. They funded those peer mediation programs all across the country. Yeah.
Learned about those I statements early on.
Yes. Active listening and I statements are not a new thing. We were just talking about it. It's like now there's polarization experts who are claiming these kinds of things are new, when actually we've been teaching about them for decades.
How did you get pulled into this work? Like, what drew you in?
Actually, it was sort of my brother, Doug, who went to Nicaragua in the 1980s when there was a Sandinista revolution. I don't know if you know, those of you who are maybe a bit older. Sandinistas was a democracy revolution, really, trying to get rid of a dictator. And then the Contras were US funded. And I went down as a college student, and I was volunteering in a refugee camp. And everybody in the refugee camp were Contras who had lost their land in the Sandinista land reform, which, you know, democratized the country. And my brother was all with the Sandinistas that were, you know, spreading literacy, starting these farm co-ops, just really incredible democracy revolution. Also had very problematic aspects to it, but really, like, working in the refugee camp with Contras, I just realized how they saw the conflict in a completely different way than I had learned about it. And I developed empathy for them and their side of the story. Even though I sort of disagreed with it politically, I realized that, you know, just at that point I wanted to be a human rights lawyer. And I do think, you know, justice, social justice is really important from a legal point of view, but I realized that I wanted to do conflict resolution so that people could actually understand each other across great divides. And if I could understand these Contra soldiers that I was serving in the health center in this refugee camp, other people could develop compassion for each other as well.
Love that. And maybe we even go with that and like, let's put technology aside. You know, I read through some of your research around the symbols and ritual, things like people showing each other photos of their kids on their phone and how powerful that is compared to what's often studied, which is also important, but like the negotiation techniques being used. Were there any other examples of rituals or symbols that really stood out? I mean, I loved the Native American
the smudging ceremony.
The smudging ceremony that you shared. Like, how do we do that when people, you know, go online? Like, okay, now you are entering a space of peace and deliberation.
Yeah.
What were other examples?
No, and you think about the smudging ceremony is one indigenous tradition that's it goes across North America. All these different tribes use it. And what is the wisdom of something like that that's been used for probably tens of thousands of years? And they realize that the quality of the conversation is better when you really make the intentions clear from the outside. The photographs one is from Camp David when President Carter was negotiating with Begin and Sadat. And really the negotiations had fallen apart. And President Carter, former President Carter, called them back one last time and just asked them to get out photographs of their children and grandchildren. And that was the transformative moment, right? That all the hard negotiation had failed, and they had to like look at these children and say, we have to figure out a way forward. And it switches the mindset, right? From you're not being kind to me, or, you know, this isn't fair, to we, you know, it's from an us versus them to a we have to do this for our grandchildren. We have to end this conflict. And then they came up with a very interesting win-win solution that I teach in my negotiation classes. It's in the book, Getting to Yes, if you want to know how that diplomacy went. Yeah.
Amazing. I love that book.
Yeah, it's a great book.
Tell us about tech for social cohesion.
Sure. So over the last few years, as the world has realized that polarization is increasing in most countries around the world, you know, we see the rise of authoritarianism, the backsliding of democracy. A number of people here were part of a workshop that I hosted a few years ago that looked at the negative. But as I learned about Polis and Remesh and now Talk to the City, we have to figure out how to harness AI and tech for positive outcomes. And so we have set up the Council on Technology and Social Cohesion to be a space for people with peacebuilding, conflict resolution expertise to meet together with people from technology companies, innovators, entrepreneurs, so that we are learning, exchanging ideas. You know, everything that we've learned about depolarization, what can we do to help? And, you know, spread these ideas so that they can be built into affordances and into the algorithms and understanding, you know, what we've learned. And then opposite, you know, there's thousands of people around the world doing peace building. The UN is there, but lots and lots of community groups around the world. How do they better use technology to support and expand and scale the work that's happening on the ground? So it's really an exchange.
Awesome. I don't want to monopolize being a Plurality Institute convening that this is. Do we have any questions in the audience? Deger?
I'm curious if you have seen any rituals in digital spaces that are as powerful as the smudging ceremony that can level people. It's different than the badges which happen after the interaction on Reddit.
No, I can't say that I did, because I thought a lot about it, trying to give it better examples here. I think we need to figure them out.
Ravi?
I'm just curious, I love your reaction set. I have some experience like dealing with different reaction sets and how you should weight them. I'm curious, like, how did you come up with that specific set of reactions?
Oh, and can you repeat the question?
Oh, yes. So Ravi is asking about the reaction buttons and the examples that I gave. Those are the kinds of things, as a mediator, when I'm mediating between different groups, I'm usually doing. I'm helping people see where they have agreed, or I'm, you know, sort of encouraging symbolic exchanges of respect, which really is active listening. So what we have found from the research is that people feel respected when they feel heard. And so in some really interesting research with Israelis and Palestinians, they had control groups, and both sides were most likely to change their mind when they felt heard by the other side, when the other side had done active listening with them. Not when, you know, they had finally gotten their point across, which usually we think of persuasion as we have to speak to be persuasive. But actually what the research has found is if we want to be persuasive of the other side, we have to help them feel heard and listened to. So that ear symbol, all of these things, any signal we can give to somebody that we've heard them or we're interested in hearing from them, that really takes down the tone and the tension. So we need to offer people more ways of doing that for each other.
I'm curious how you think that privacy interacts with some of these symbolic rituals, because yeah, in person it could be like, oh, I have 3 kids, here are some photos about it. People probably don't upload photos to Polis or something of their kids. How do you think about that?
That's a great question. So yeah, just with Malka at lunch today, we were talking about, sort of like videos, snapshots of seeing somebody to really humanize somebody who maybe has a different point of view than you do on climate change. So what if you just got some profiles of people that maybe it's not everybody sharing all of their experience, but maybe a select group of people with different points of view do make a video and really just share about their identity. So at least in your mind, you don't have those crazy climate deniers and the sort of evil symbol over their head. What if you have 3 examples of people who disagree with you, but you have seen them and heard them and understand, oh, okay, they've come to this position, this idea from a very different point of view, and it maybe makes sense, and wow, they're people that I can relate to by listening to their story. So maybe it doesn't have to be everybody revealing their identity, but some examples.
That makes so much sense, like empathy, building in examples of stories, powerful stories of certain people within an identity group, not that every single individual needs to share their life story.
Yeah.
I was wondering, in your example with President Carter, is there research showing that showing the children, for example, as a more powerful means to foster those relationships between 2 groups versus, for example, sharing personal stories or things like that?
So the question is, does personal sharing, specifically about children, is there evidence that it really helps with a negotiation? There's not a lot of evidence on this, but there is a World Bank study from Bosnia that looked at groups that came together purely for dialogue versus groups that came together for school educational, like improving their school, or their children's school. And what they find out is dialogue is much more effective in depolarizing people when there is an alternative goal, specifically that has to do with your family and improving their lives. So bringing together people purely for a dialogue, people's defenses are most high. But when you bring 2 groups together and they're focused on improving the lives of their children, that motivates them to actually depolarize, get past some of their hatred of each other.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jonathan?
So I'm going to ask a bit of an unfair question because I want to stress test some of these ideas, because I don't know the answer to this question, which is, let's take the concrete case of the issue of gender-affirming care for trans kids. You have 2 sides, each of which believes very strongly that they are protecting the rights of minors. How do you even start in on that sort of debate? Can we even do that online? Like, where do we begin with something like that?
Yeah, so that's a great question about where do you begin with a dialogue, for example, on trans and gender-affirming healthcare for trans queer kids. Is that a statement of your question? So what I really think we need, building off of this conference today, is for every school board in the United States to have tools like Polis to enable reaching the numbers of people that we need to reach. So in my children's home school district in Virginia, extremely conservative, lots of debate on bathrooms for trans kids, for example. They have reached an amazing transformation of understanding of the healthcare needs and the inclusive needs through in-person dialogue. But it's not reaching, of course, the thousands of parents in that school district. So some of these processes, you cannot scale dialogue between 20 people to 20,000 people at this point, but that's what we need. So we need the technology to be able to do that. Does that make sense? So I think when people are exposed to the logic and the experiences and the stories, they do change their mind. So there is this evolution that of understanding that happens on these issues. Many people have gone down that on the LGBTQ, like not understanding the issues and opposing them, to hearing the stories and deliberating and changing their mind, but we don't have a scaled way of doing that. Colin.
When groups come together in person, they go through dialogue, they go through a symbolic stage, they find that they respect each other. They then have to go sell that consensus amongst themselves. It seems in that case that there's a little bit of that going on here too, right? There's some, they have had a transformative breakthrough, but they then have to bring that back to thousands of parents outside who weren't in the room, who didn't feel that, who weren't at dinner, who didn't hear about each other's kids.
Yes.
What is there any formal kind of process for bringing, because we saw the same thing with the Iran negotiations between John Kerry and his counterparts, right? Where the hardliners then have to be sold what happened in the room. This happens over and over again. Is there any kind of formal framework, or is there a name to kind of hang that on in the conversation for us all to return to later, perhaps?
So the question is, what do you call it when the people in an in-person dialogue have gone through this transformation and they have to communicate it to their group that was not part of the small group dialogue? So it's a common dynamic of when negotiation falls apart, right? So that's why in a peace process, you're doing it in an iterative way. In the Philippines, the peace process went, small group meeting in the nation's capital to the districts, back and forth, because developing the Constitution and the agreement takes a lot of convincing and discussion. So we know that we need to build in lots of time, and we call it the accordion of a small process to a large one. The accordion model is going in and out. What I think is interesting, though, with people's transformation of understanding of LGBTQ identities and healthcare needs, et cetera, is this sort of, it's called a spectrum of allies. So not everybody has to move from absolutely opposed to absolutely agreed. You're actually only trying to move people into the next quadrant over in a scale, so that your active opponents are moving to neutral, so that they're not going to fight you on gender-inclusive bathrooms anymore. So you don't need to convince them the whole way. You just need to bring enough doubt into their mind so that they're not going to obstruct a policy like gender-inclusive bathrooms. So the spectrum of allies is a tool that's used often in social movements, actually, but I think it's really helpful for negotiations, too, to just, you don't have to have these miracle conversions of people to your side. But as long as they're stopping opposing you, you can move more policy issues forward.
Great. Malcolm, did you have a question?
No. It's been well enough covered.
Okay. Deger?
So we were working on bridging a case between AI ethics and safety, which is a heavily divided community of people thinking more about, what is likely to happen from existential risk versus active harms right now. There's a lot of people at the center, but one thing we kept on hearing that is very interesting is the extreme voices should be present still, but should not be invited to the bridging exercise. But we appreciate that they are still there so that they can represent, because someone needs to hold the fort. That I thought is a very interesting dynamic. Like, I wish we could bring, Timnit and Eliezer to have a conversation, but instead we can bring everyone that is more at the center to start a more center. I'm curious about how have you seen similar dynamics of people willing to come in while acknowledging we still need the extreme representatives?
Yeah, so we're dealing this with Afghanistan right now with, the democratic opposition. So there's lots of ethnic groups that are divided among themselves but want democracy and human rights. And then there's the Taliban, which is in power. And the question there is, do you start a dialogue now that includes the Taliban, or do you leave them out until there's more consensus in the middle about what type of vision for the future? Honestly, I feel very conflicted on these questions, because I think that dialogue should be inclusive of the extremes, at the same time, I think you're right that you actually make more progress in developing the bridging ideas when you include just the moderate middle. So I don't know the answer to your question. Yeah.
David, and then.
Yeah, I was curious if you've seen technologies like MDMA or other empathy creating substances used in these situations.
I have not seen any substances like MDMA used in any kind of negotiation. That's the short answer.
Coffee and alcohol.
But, well, and part of my book on ritual and symbol is really, that a fire, candle, these are symbols. And in the hallways of the UN, when people are smoking cigarettes in the hallway, that's when a lot of the humanizing happens. So smoking cigarettes is, in a way, like smudging. It provides this other context where people talk about other things and, yeah. And certainly in Cyprus, when you're having lots of wine and dancing, this is an altered state in a sense of a lot of humanizing happens there.
I just had a response to Deger's question about what to do about highly opinionated minorities, for example. And I think there's a lot to be learned from the collective intelligence literature and group. For example, there's researchers in the studying animals, schools of fish. Santa Fe Institute is doing a lot of that. And I think one of the things that is really interesting is introducing noise or stochastic resonance in order to increase accuracy, specific when it comes to accuracy of a specific goal or consensus.
Right.
There's researchers that have shown over and over, and I find it really fascinating because it's not well understood, that if you add uninformed individuals into a collective, they will correct the direction of the collective in a better way, so that highly opinionated minorities are not taking over, and it's actually better for the overall collective. And I think these kind of learnings are interesting when we're thinking about the composition of who should participate, because we often think the experts know everything, but including people that know nothing is actually really important. Noise or stochastic resonance that will actually increase accuracy.
Okay. So a very good argument for including a broad spectrum of people with very different points of view.
Plurality, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Matt, and then Ravi, Luke, and Aviv, and then I think we'll break for coffee.
Sort of another question on the topic of selling the results of a negotiation or a deliberation to a broader group. I wonder if it strikes me that there are going to be different kinds of communities, right? So some of which will have, for example, a leader or respected person whose judgment will be respected and will be easy to sell to the rest of the community. You might have other kinds of communities that are more decentralizedly structured, where everybody wants to think for themselves, and so it's almost a waste of time to have anybody try to represent it. So I wonder if, thinking about that second kind of community, I wonder if you have thoughts about how to find the right sort of representatives who are going to be able to help the process in the room have an impact on the broader community.
I mean, this is really the research on citizen assemblies and trying to get representatives from very different parts of a community. So, yeah, I would point you to that literature of how do we really get that representativeness? And you're right. I mean, some cultures and some places are much more coherent in their worldviews and in their shared information sources than other places. So, yeah. Thanks.
Ravi?
So it's totally fine if you want to pass this question, but just sort of on the vein of the potential of MDMA and those kinds of technologies. I'd be curious if you had an opinion of whether that actually could be a beneficial way that intractable conflicts could experience kind of.
The question is, could MDMA be a helpful technology in bridging and conflict resolution work?
Honestly, I don't know enough about MDMA. I really can't imagine this, how this can be consensual and in terms of entering an altered state when you distrust somebody. So I mean, I think a lot of what conflict resolution and peace building is trying to do is trying to build trust between highly distrustful people. For that reason, no, I can't see it being used.
Okay, Luke?
My question was around, I guess a lot of today has been talking about fairly technological, technocratic approaches to managing conflict at large scales. And both Emily and you sort of alluded to the point that there might be complexities of peace building that are missed in these
Yes.
solutions. Is there anything, can you elaborate on that, in particularly in ways that haven't already been said in the last couple of days?
So the question is, what other than the rational, deliberative processes are we missing from the peace building? And that's really what my presentation and Emily's, I think, was trying to get. There's all kinds of these subtleties of what's happening in a negotiation. This is not staying. So from my work and my research, it is the eating together and the symbolic activities that support the deliberation and the problem solving. And so I wonder, I mean, I'm very convinced of the data that Polis is very effective in some place like Taiwan. But what I really wonder is in a much more hostile context, whether these kinds of technologies are going to be enough to build the trust and to get people. And that's where I think that, especially when emotions are high and there's been massacres and mass killing in a society, which of course that's happening all over the world. I don't know if the technology can do that, to start to build trust and an ability to solve problems together. And I think we need to remember the other parts of our brain other than our prefrontal cortex. It's a powerful muscle and tool to solve problems, but if we're being hijacked by our fear of the other and our hatred, we have to find these other ways of humanizing the other side. And so I think that is collectively the task of this group that you've brought together, Rose, is to figure out how do we sequence these technologies and package them together for different kinds of conflicts and different societies with different kinds of divisions. Because now is the time for stress testing them and putting together a richer understanding of how might technology support the kinds of offline peace building. So I think there's always going to have to be really skilled facilitators and mediators guiding the process. And I think that really wasn't mentioned very much today, actually, that Polis and Remesh have really strong facilitators and moderators who have a lot of peace building skills to guide that use of technology. So it's not technology alone that's going to solve this. You're going to need to have a big support.
Mm-hmm. We need a mixed methods approach.
Yes.
Final question, Aviv.
Sure. I guess I'm still struck by this this challenge of scaling, which is not the normal, not the scaling of deliberation or scaling the conflict process, but scaling beyond the deliberation or scaling beyond the conflict process, like we might call parascaling or something.
Yeah.
I made up that term, but is there, first of all, is there you mentioned the according model for sort of describing that. Is there something in the literature that really nails that set of concepts and a set of essential modules or approaches to dealing with it? And the other piece here is just, we've talked about deliberation and conflict. What are the ways in which those are fundamentally different or similar that really jump out at you, that you think is really important for everyone in this room to know?
Can you repeat that last question? What is the difference between?
The difference between deliberation and conflict, conflict resolution, conflict transformation.
Okay.
Is there anything there that's this is something that's utterly different about these or utterly similar that is really important for us all to grasp?
So what is the difference between deliberation and conflict, and also the scaling of the back and forth between small scale and large scale deliberation? I mean, deliberation is part of conflict transformation, as with my stepladder diagram. But I think what we haven't really talked about very much is these, in severe conflicts like Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, you have people who are traumatized and are deeply emotional, obviously, because they've lost people, and the level of hatred is much greater than in Taiwan or in the UK, where the main examples of where this deliberative technology has worked. And so I think we need to begin preparing to supplement and support the use of this tech in places where there's much greater distrust and less of a readiness to do this. And I think we have to figure that out together, which is really the point of a gathering like this, to make a community of people thinking about these questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lisa. I hope we can keep working together to advance this work. Okay, so now we're going to take an hour to have coffee, to hang out, to talk, chill. When we come back, we're going to have a conversation. And so think about if you have any reflections, any questions, anything you want to put out to the group, anything, you know, we're going to have some time to just kind of get into it. Hopefully we can create a circle here. So have a good coffee break.
Thanks.
tonight, so it's good.
For me, I mean, this is like a over what I'm like kind of just like presenting, which is like that more.
Yeah, I mean, there's diversity there too. Like, a number of my students are Asian American, some are like Chinese, some are Korean, some are Canadian, like very different, and then they bring a different like perspective, or like
All right. We are in our final session, and I know you're all so excited to talk to each other, which is great because that's the whole point of this, is for me to lab less and for you to lab more. And so this is the time that I really want to open it up, hear your thoughts, share your reflections. So I have a bunch of questions I'm going to put out there. If I don't ask the question that you wish I asked, feel free to just, put your thoughts or comment out for everyone. We're trying to turn this into a circle so we can really see each other and be in conversation together. So first question for you all is, what are some highlights from today, either in the talks or in your casual discussions that really stood out for you that you can share with the rest of the group? Byron and Vicky have mics, so just put up your hand and I'll try to keep track of whose hand went first. It's gonna be brave. Yes, Colin.
Is this on? It is on. While all of the talks were phenomenal, obviously, I was particularly impressed by the degree to which Jay's discussion of Twitter community notes is exactly the kind of thing technologists talk about all the time as like, this is how we can solve our problems. And like something like 8 out of 10 times, the solution just doesn't work at all and falls flat for like sometimes the illegible reasons that Lisa was talking about, sometimes other reasons. And this one didn't fall flat. Cool.
Yeah, two takeaways for me. One, I really appreciated Lisa bringing us away from scalable technology solutions and more into, less legible human connection around and empathy around bridging. And I would really love for us to be able to figure out how to scale that because I think that's critical to this whole effort. And I also I'm still processing the fact that people don't trust juries as much as they trust, or trust juries as much as they trust algorithms, and not as much as hired contractors. I feel like I would love for that research to be more deeply examined because I think it's pointing at something really important.
Thanks, Vicky. In the time that I've been here today, like 3 different people have sent me Colin's new paper. And so it's just like really, really delightful to be able to get that first PowerPoint and have some back and forth and hear what other folks are thinking about it and just feel kind of at the center of what feels like it's about to be a whirlwind.
Actually, I guess I'll go for a bit. I really love the progression of
like very computationally heavy, like technological toolkits, and then being built out, and then kind of transitioning into like the offline bridging that we have. It feels like it's adding a huge perspective that I feel like is really important to incorporate, just like the combination of these approaches to kind of really achieve what we want to see.
I came in with a lot of curiosity and I think wonder about the work, and felt like, it was warranted. I enjoyed most of the talks a lot. I mean, all of the talks, really, all of them, I promise. And I think learned a lot from everyone. And I thought one thing that I thought was especially interesting was all of your work was in conversation with each other. As we are all also in conversation now. And that was really cool to see.
So I think what struck me from today was just realizing how hard this problem is, and how it can feel very intractable at times, and like you can work on it for a very long time and not feel like you're making progress. So it was really great to see like some examples of success stories today, as well as just kind of like the amount of effort and work it takes to getting that to happen. Like Polis, for instance, like it's been around for like 10 plus years you've been working on it, and I think that just goes to show that like this is such a big problem that it'll kind of never be solved, which is, I mean, but I don't think that that's like a thing to despair about. It's like that the problem is important. Yeah.
I was impressed with, kind of building on what Amy said, it's a hard problem. I was really impressed with the tone of the presentations, that this is something that you're all struggling with in a good way. That's like, here, not like, I have the answer, and I've been to a lot of meetings where people think they have the answer. I really appreciated that that you're figuring it out.
And I'm going to throw out another prompt, but if you come up with a highlight that you want to share, feel free to jump in any time. The next prompt is, what was missing from today? Who was missing, or what subject areas or disciplines were missing from this conversation that we need to bring in?
Oh, sorry.
One thing which I was going to mention in the talk on sort of what we need to do as like an extra bonus item, but I think I left it out in the end, but it was that the people in this room in the discussions around bridging are generally fairly politically homogeneous on one side of politics, and I think if they're going to be successful, there needs to be a much broader coalition of people who think this is a valuable thing to do, and it is a sort of meta-political thing that's happening. It doesn't have to be partisan, but we need to find ways of being more inclusive in that regard, I think.
I was going to mention three things also in relation to what we were saying before. I think the fact that we're all sort of struggling or grinding through this issue also has to do perhaps with the essentially ongoing nature of the process of peace building, right? It's a very imperfect process, and it might never really lead to any tangible results, which is usually something that an empirical research project or an algorithm tends to expect. So I think we can peacefully accept that in a very Buddhist way, and be happy about it. But the other thing that two other things I was gonna mention. The first is, what do we do when the conflict is unresolvable, when it reaches a point of no return? How do we accept that? And the second point is, as to what was missing, I think, and that always tends to be the case with research produced in any particular country, but it would be interesting really to consider peace-building concepts outside of a US context, I would say. So that's what I was mentioning in my conclusion, right? So the notions of community or cohesiveness, so to say, I think they sound really great here, but they don't sound too great in other places. They don't really reflect other forms of social organization. And so I think that kind of intercultural aspect of peace building is very important.
I think in terms of things that are missing or people that are missing, I think like a lot of the people here I think can do things with the things we learned. And but I don't think it's the full universe of people who can do things with the things they learned here. There could be more people probably from like I'm a former tech person, but there's like people at various companies who could be here and could take some of these ideas and bring them to their companies. There could be more of them. There could be like funders, for example, who could do stuff. There's probably policy folks who would benefit for some of these things. So not to say that we can't do many things with our group. I think it's great. But I think there's also other constituencies who would have potentially been able to take the things they learned here and made them like into real things in the world.
I agree. I did invite some funders and others, but yeah, we need to see more people along the pipeline.
Yeah, I just want to echo what you said. I would have loved to see more representation from like the platform companies, Facebook, Twitter, Google, eBay, like practitioners that are actually playing around with this stuff internally.
Yeah, I'd like to see more psychological perspectives. So what are the principles and how do we understand like humans' understanding of morality, for example, that shapes the way they use the tools, they use technology? So I think that we really have a very impoverished understanding of human morality. I was mentioning to someone in a conversation about virtuous violence is a theory that's developed by some anthropologists that argue that while we think about like harm as something that's indicating a lack of morality, it's actually part and parcel of how humans think about morality. We think that violence is justified when we are fighting for a moral virtue. So things like this, I think that humans, psychological processes are much more complicated than we realize. And like, why are we using these tools in particular ways? I think I'd like to hear more of that conversation around this as well. It's, I guess, bringing more of the human piece. It was wonderful to have Lisa at the end. I really enjoyed that. But yeah, as someone coming from a psychological perspective, I'd love to have more of those perspectives.
I'll throw out another prompt, and again, feel free to come back to those two prompts if you think of something. What are important next steps for bridging? What do we need to do next to advance the research, advance the work, advance the output?
I think that the holy grail is on-platform experiments. It's really hard to do if you're not working on a platform, and somewhat hard to do even if you are there. And we've got this sort of conundrum where the experiments that are done internally are not necessarily published, and the experiments that are done externally are not ecologically viable. And there's no solution on the horizon. Even the Digital Services Act allows for data access, but not experiments. So I'm very interested in pushing legislation like PATA, P-A-T-A, the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act, which would provide a legal mechanism to do on-platform research.
And I'm going to add to that, especially in light of Lisa's talk and Lisa's research, it's so much harder to even see the softer side, to see the relationship building side of bridging online. And it just feels so critically important that we are doing more research on what are those, identity markers or, storytelling mechanisms that are going to advance the empathy in the online world in a way that scales. Colin, and then pass it over there.
one of the major benefits of places like Spain's usage of Reddit, and there's a great article in the New Yorker about that called in Spain, Politics via Reddit, or Taiwan, or Iceland. These places are referred to as democracy labs, and it takes absolutely extraordinary circumstances to test process. And if we consider the case studies that Polis has been able to generate over the past decade, if we consider what Lisa's talking about and where the wisdom is gained, the stakes are really high in these circumstances, and we are rate limited pretty severely in our ability to test. And I think it's exactly, I had exactly the same answer, and then listened to Jonathan say, well, we're rate limited in our ability to test this stuff. And I think that's an opportunity to communicate to policymakers and those out of power going into power. Hey, if you want to bring in an experiment when you come into power, the way that, for instance, Obama brought in the We the People petition platform, there are opportunities for those who are out of power but who are going through an election process to bring in experiments with them when they go. And I think that one of the areas globally that we could do better on is to anticipate that people get voted out of office all the time. People get voted into office all the time. It shouldn't take what happened in Taiwan, where students barricade parliament. It shouldn't take a peace process where the stakes are absolutely, at the maximum for us to experiment. That's not an acceptable bar for us to make progress the way that we want to. And I think there are opportunities, and I bring up those who are electioning. I think there's room probably to reach out to people and let them know, hey, what Obama did gained him credibility. Look at the We the People. Hold up some of these examples that were successes, even more moderate successes, and to say there's room here to campaign on these things and to campaign on participatory governance.
Yeah, you guys, and then we'll come back to Ravi.
I had a few questions came up for me about sort of what's next, because it seems to me that there's a lot of things that people in this room are figuring out, right? We're still sort of figuring out how to do this really well. And but then even when we do, once we do really figure out how to do it really well, then what? So the for example, are we thinking that there should be regulation that should require platforms to do things like this? I think that, to me, I was surprised I didn't hear a little bit more about that question. And I think that to start to have that conversation, one thing that I think is actually important, especially when we bring this conversation sort of outside of this room, is the kind of offline dimension of this. Like, I think we need to sort of articulate a little bit of a political philosophy or something about bridging that inspires people, because I think the idea that bridging is something that will happen on a platform so that the platform doesn't harm society or something like that doesn't quite inspire outside of this room, I think. I think there's a lot to be said about bridging that goes beyond just sort of like harm mitigation on social media platforms. And I'd like to hear that developed, and I'd like to hear a little bit more thought about, what happens once we've got things figured out better.
I have two thoughts. One side on what was missing. One thing I'd like to hear more about is the impact of media, not just social media, but the content that we are going through and how that influences bridging. In some ways, we can think of bridging or mediation as downstream from a lot of the content people get exposed to first. So what's up with that? I'd love to see more on that front and being able to make cases with that to showcase, this is the consequence. There's a lot of that analysis out there. It wasn't very present here, but I'm curious, a lot of the tools and processes we are talking about, could there be outcomes that say, well, it looks like this source is not actually good for you? What can we do about that? Is there any change that would come from there? In terms of things we can do, this is maybe a bit of a shameless plug, but we will be running a bridging workshop for the AI ethics and AI safety community that is experiencing a very unproductive, sharp divide right now. This was something that came about after we wrote the paper with Talk to the City on analyzing the landscape on Twitter. We got a lot of people reaching out saying, hey, like, we should actually co-create the research agenda. And fast forward, we went to FACT, we went to CHAI, and realized, yeah, there is interest in this from both perspectives and many more perspectives. So we are planning a workshop in November. Some of you have mentioned this. If you're interested, please come find me or Colin. Would love to share more about what our goals are. But I think one way bridging can work is to create an output that everyone can point at that has many signatures or some form of constituency signaling embedded in the final craft. In our case, this would be, say, 50 to 100 researchers all signing something, while the researchers are coming from both, safety or ethics side of AI work. Actually very strongly signals to funders that, this is the intersection. These communities are not as polarized as it looks like. So if you're interested in helping, please come talk to us.
So just on the subject of things that inspire people outside of this room, I wanted to put a plug in for like a direction that I would love to go in was just simplifying our messaging a little bit. So I think there's a way sometimes we present bridging as this complex thing that involves, AI and a lot of technology. And I actually think a lot of the principles that Lisa was talking about at the end are actually fairly simple. Like they're human, they're things that people can relate to. And I think if there are ways that we could simplify our messaging, it's not a super technical thing. There are things we know about it that can be communicated to people, that can inspire people, that we could get action outside of this room to enact. I think that would sort of have more outside of this room impact.
So people not in this room, I mean, there's swaths of even just American or San Francisco society that we don't just see represented here, and there's a bunch of reasons for that. But just thinking about that, obviously, I know the organizers have extensively, but just wanted to note that. And when we're talking about conflict and bridging, I think leaders in conflict have a bunch of forces on them. I think it would have been very interesting if we were able to somehow find people who are willing to talk about that from being in those shoes, being a person who is in that process, as opposed to the person who's facilitating that process. So I think that's just a lens that is, whether it's the equivalent of I forgot his name, radio commenter who temporarily at least became more bridging, and then he realized that his audience wasn't there anymore, and then went back. But people who didn't decide to go back. And want to tell that story. That might just be interesting to hear the forces that they personally experience. And then in terms of where to go next, I mean, obviously Luke and I have a paper that's all about open problems. I'll check it out, bridging.systems. But beyond that, I think one thing that we didn't call out super deeply there, but I mean, has come up again in all of our conversations, and especially talking with some of the folks in this room, is that bridging on social media may require, if you don't want to just get cat videos, you may need additional criteria if you're going to do this across entire platforms, and additional sort of objective functions in the sense that you're optimizing for in your recommender system. And we're talking about bridging-based ranking. And so we have a normative foundation now around, okay, bridging may be better in these ways than, let's say, engagement-based ranking or recency-based ranking. But under, what are the things you need to put together with it in order for it to actually work across the entire swath of social media? I think there is some really important fruit to be picked there, and for some really deeply legitimate sort of hefty work to sort of justify that, and at least put a set of menu options on the table that can then be decided through more deliberative processes.
So as a concrete next step, partially to Jonathan's point, there has been a slight uptick in the exodus from the mainstream social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, et cetera, to slightly more either distributed or just novel platforms like Mastodon and Blue Sky. And I think it would be interesting to talk to the people running these platforms about integrating some of the ideas we're talking about here and experiment frameworks, because if we're right that these ideas make platforms better for people, if people have better experiences, there should be a positive feedback loop between integrating industry platforms with researchers running experiments and people enjoying these platforms more. And maybe that can produce some interesting network effects.
Thank you. Emily, and then we're going to go over there, and then I got you, and then Matt, and then we go.
It's a whole network right there. I was going to... Sorry?
You were seen.
Yeah. In terms of next steps, I might be saying something that I don't know anything about, but it feels to me that what there is a need of is consolidating the research we presented here as a field, scientifically. And by that I mean, and I know, Ravi, you've been doing some work with that, with sort of putting together all the resources in one single place. But making that perhaps a little bit more visible and open source, not just research projects, but also the code that's been written in relation to this, or the certain guides to doing peace building in this area online, or open case studies or suggestions for additional research, of which, coming back to Deger's point, an open empirical project here could be something like cross-media peace building. Also.
Awesome, and I just want to chime in and say that that's some of that work is stuff that we care about doing in collaboration with the community. So reach out if you're interested in doing that. If you want, to collaborate with us. We want to do some of that, pick up some of that up.
To the first prompt, I just wanted to say it's really nice how collaborative this community is. It feels like we're all working together, like bridging. We ourselves have bridged to try to solve this common goal. So that's pretty cool, and I think different from a lot of other conferences. As far as what's next for bridging, I agree with a lot of what you've all said. For me, I think one big blocker is just evaluation metrics. I think it's very related to experiments and surveys and what if I have 20 different bridging algorithms that I can try for community notes? Which one's better? If we were to trade off different objectives? What do we value more? So I think that's something I care about and would love to talk about.
Yeah, thanks. I love Lisa's talk at the end because she points, as we have all already said, towards the humanness, but I also think it points towards the human needs, right? The kind of rituals and symbolism have evolved over thousands of years because they are addressing a certain need. And I think what I would like to see, I think there's a bit of a diffusion about platforms, right? And we have just accepted that there's social media platforms, and for some reason they are supposed to do everything. And I hope, Rob, you don't mind me quoting you during lunch, for example. You were saying well, we all go to Twitter to see the cockfight. And I think there's a point to that, and that's not going to go away because it actually fulfills a certain need. And that's maybe a need, and that's a goal that Twitter might fulfill. But we then expect Twitter to also inform us about the right information, and we expect Twitter to solve democracy. I mean, I think we should think about the end goals, and maybe talking about decentralizations, for example. Can't we build different platforms and not accept the fact that there's 3 social media companies that are running the world, but instead split this up according to the human needs, and they should be informed by what we want them to be. I don't think we can expect social media companies to address these issues, but we can build the platforms for the needs that they actually should be addressed. That's what I would like to say. Yeah.
One thing I'd personally like to understand better is what are the causes of peace, particularly as they relate to things we have influence over, in particularly technology. Because peace is not a natural state of humanity. Conflict is more the natural state, and peace depends on certain structures existing, and to some extent the nature and behavior of those structures changes when technology changes and other things change. And obviously there's been some work done in that space, and there's some understanding we have on that space, but I feel that if we're really going to improve the ability of as societies, to sustain peace, particularly as we undergo technological change, we need a better understanding of the causes of peace.
Yeah, I wanted to build on your comment, which was, when I look around the room, I think that we're missing a few key groups here. One of them, besides people in San Francisco, I was thinking of are people that are made unhappy by using our platforms, like adolescent girls, for instance. I was thinking it might be interesting if we focused on some groups, or we had an interesting discussion on people's introduction to sex through porn. Not necessarily the happiest way to go into that field, but there are some groups that we really could work more with the bridging part. You know, if we could, they're not here because they're not experts like all of us, or all of you really, in the field. But I think that if we chose the groups that have some of the most harm close to home, you know, and the groups that you guys know, it might be really interesting. I'd love to see more stuff on that. Yeah, more research.
A couple more like front end folks, a designer or two. Neri Oxman at MIT talks about how when she hires somebody from a new discipline, she always hires two so that they can cross-pollinate. And that's something I believe in, is often like trying to bring in two folks from a particular background or group. And also like a couple of really good anthropologists, like an ethnographer. Like I really want that like Polis evaluation that is both like quantitative of like objective outcomes and like also deeply subjective of like qualitative ethnographic, like what happened in the process, so that we see both that like on the ground work that happened and in the digital space what happened.
I hear you, I'm on it.
Thanks, Rose.
One thing today that really just sort of popped out as interesting was that it came up in Lisa's talk, and Colin made a great comment about it, about sort of just when you do have some kind of a synthesis that happens in a room between people, you can sort of pull off a miracle, and then it is and then it has to be sold, and it's hard to convey it to a larger group. That just jumped out to me today as okay, that's a thing. That's a problem. That's a thing that could be worked on, that I haven't seen enough good thinking on. Right? We need to, you know, it's beyond sort of presenting results and summaries and stuff. Like, there's really something here which I don't have the answer to, but that just struck me as a problem that people should be working on.
Did you want to respond to that?
I could, if it's interesting.
Just really.
Sure. Floor is lava, Matt. Okay. So I'm really interested using that lens to go back to some of the cases that have been used with technology. Just take Libya and Remesh's use there. I believe that was a relatively small number of people in a relatively private process with the United Nations that went into the software and then were interacting stakeholder to stakeholder, and then that had to go out to some other process. So it was maybe that was a little bit smaller, tighter. I think I might be wrong about this. I would want to ask. I'll pass to Aviv next. In the case of Polis, the first thing they were doing was I'll just use Uber v Taiwan, was come one, come all, Facebook advertisements to invite people nationwide, all the stakeholders, out to the taxi drivers, out to the riders, out to the Uber drivers, all the rest of it, and population, starting big, developing a map and developing a list of things, and then bringing that into smaller multi-stakeholder negotiation to hammer out where we were going to get, knowing what the big already was, so that we weren't completely out of step. And I'm going to pass to Aviv in a second, so you can clarify my statement there. But I think it's really interesting to go back with that lens and do some kind of a meta-analysis, at least of what's already been done, so that we can pick up there, because it's the accordion model here of it also instructs, I'll say, very specific technological development of we're in a giant Zoom broadcasting out to 5,000 people, we're in a breakout room. There's an actual technological implementation that we see over and over again in facilitated stuff. Stanford's working on AI chatbot facilitators that are in Zoom and integrated and things like that. So I would echo, it's a worthy conversation, both from a process and a technical bit, that lens. Aviv, do it.
And I'll just add one thing is, if you have a new question, comment, topic area, you raise your hand like this. If you're like, you want to respond to what that person just said, you go like this, so then we can kind of have some threads going in the conversation.
Yeah, so someone asked about an ethnographer for Polis. I am not a trained ethnographer or anthropologist. I did do a series of interviews about three and a half years ago with people involved in a number of different remesh processes, including the folks who are on the ground at actually setting up the discussion guides and running the Polis process and sort of the outcomes of the remesh process in Libya and Yemen. I guess it might have been 2 years. I don't remember the exact timeline here. Yeah, probably 3. Anyway, the key point here that I think is really interesting and relevant to this question of the accordion model or parascaling, the scaling beyond the deliberation, is that for at least one of the processes that was run by the UN mission, a TV station started sort of live streaming the remesh conversation. And so remesh is a little different in that you ask it's a prompt and then everyone responds in real time. And then it shows the sort of the responses to that prompt within 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and the evaluations of each of those responses, which are all happening in real time. It shows that, and then there's a follow-up question. And so a third of the country was watching that, I think, either on TV or on Facebook, and sort of seeing a sort of mirror of the perspectives of 1,000 people across the country. And I think that was a form of that kind of parascaling that was actually instantiated through the particular sort of process that they were doing. And the UN seems to believe, there are folks there who believe that really helped develop the mandate for the transitional government.
Okay, we have one arrow already, and then we'll go to your arrow, and then we will come here when we're on a new carry out.
Just super quick point to complement what you were mentioning. 2 more examples, I think, that you probably know much better than I do, right? The Truth and Reconciliation process in South Africa was famously televised, and I think bore some very tangible results, perhaps not on the long term. And the other more recent process that I can think of is also what Emmanuel Macron's government in France suggested after the Gilets jaunes protests in France. He had this thing that they called the Grand Débat, which is like televised debate, also on social media, across multiple parts in France. That one, however, had not worked at all. But we can consider that.
Thank you.
Yeah, on the subject of kind of showing what happens in these processes, I mean, that's one of the reasons I was interested in coming here, because I wanted to hear, I think that the potential for showing what comes out of these processes is something that tech could do very well. Not only showing the outcome of a process, the outcome of a citizens' assembly, for example, but showing what happened to people in the process. Not only how they came to their new decision, but what happened between them. I think there's great potential there.
Okay, new topic area. Okay. Maybe just talk.
Not that
Is
I
that-
want to change the topic.
I mean, yeah, that was a deep thread. I want to make sure it's.
That was good. Thank you.
Okay. This was on the question of what's next for bridging. I think a lot of the, maybe all, but definitely a lot of the conversation for bridging, I've been talking about social media platforms and content ranking, bridging-based ranking. I'd be interested to explore bridging as a principle in the context of assistance agents in AI, ChatGPT being the current product in that space, but then just more generally the problem of an agent that is optimizing something on behalf of a user is a pretty dominant paradigm in a lot of academic AI labs. And I wonder if bridging as a principle for looking at both how, say, OpenAI is going to train and distribute a product ChatGPT to many people, and then further, to the extent that it's going to be personalized to individual users, what bounds or principles go into making sure that we don't end up with a situation where all of these personalized agents are driving people apart in a way that's not on social media. It's not visible to everyone. Everyone's having conversations and interactions with their own personal agent that's driving them to the most extreme and exciting version of their own beliefs. And looking at that as a bridging problem, I think would be, yeah, a good next step.
In terms of a next step, I think we need to be talking with the EU policy team here in Silicon Valley about research access, but also the whole concept of design governance, because the whole sort of paradigm right now for regulation is content governance, which I think is just really problematic for democracy. So kind of trying to begin the conversation with policymakers about what might it look like to tax affordances and algorithms that have a polarizing impact. There's a new paper on that by Helena Puig-Larori. And then on the other side, how can we set up like a lead standard, like design blueprints for tech that is pro-social, that fosters social cohesion, and being very clear about the affordances and algorithms, the bridging algorithms that are pro-social, so that companies have this financial incentive that they'll be taxed or they'll get tax breaks somewhere along the continuum for the social impacts of those platforms. So I would love the next gathering to really involve policymakers as a key conversation of, can we move from content governance to design governance for tech?
Yeah, I just wanted to build on the last two comments. Like, I think one thing that would help both of those goals would be if we had some sort of societal level measurement of how unbridged or divided we are, that we all worked on together, so we could sort of attack it. And even if it's imperfect, if we had some way to understand, like, this is the thing we're working on, and we made it, I don't know, these are the things contributing to it, and if we address that thing, it will make it X% better. I think it would sort of make it a little bit more concrete, like that we are all working on a thing that we can measure.
I'd like to build on both Lisa's ideas about tax and Jonathan's statements about how hard it is to try new things. It feels like a big part of the problem we've got is that to find out what works, we've got to experiment, and we're in a world where everything's locked into a fairly small number of very large platforms which are very inflexible. And I wonder if one thing that would be good if we had is if there was a tax on social products based on their size, giving them a economic incentive to break themselves up. And if you had more of these and they were smaller, we had more diversity, it would be way easier to try things. Also, if there's more of them and they're small, there'd be a greater incentive for them to work out ways themselves to interoperate, and it would be easier for us to build new things.
Anyone else?
So smaller platforms are definitely easier to work with and often more risk-taking. On the other hand, the fact that we have so much of the public sphere controlled by a few large platforms means that if we eventually figure out that they should be designed in a particular way, there are fewer people to convince.
This is really cool. I love all of these ideas. I wanted to build just a little bit on Emily's point about like a discipline. Something that has been really interesting to me today is sort of like starting to establish a shared vocabulary, like bridging algorithms and accordion models for digital social spaces. And I think, even if we're not necessarily all working together or all writing one big report together, starting to sort of put those flags on the moon of like this space exists, whether like I'm publishing in a planning journal and somebody else is like doing a podcast interview. But starting to use some of that common vocabulary and build up the case in these different spaces could be really powerful.
Yes, I definitely hear that, and I see that need for shared vocabulary. And I'll just share a tiny bit of history of how Plurality Institute started, which was not that long ago. But my partner David and David got really excited about Polis, and we got connected with Glenn Weil, who had the idea for Plurality Institute. He couldn't be here today, but he, is really excited and happy for us. He's on vacation with his family. And part of Glenn's original vision for this work is to help inspire an academic subfield, kind of like gender studies or data science, that previously used to be outside the realm of academia, but now the interdisciplinary group has solidified within academia, and so that kind of is part of our mission. And so the more ways that we can identify that we can help, that we can partner with other groups in the community that are already doing this work, and really we're focused on researchers, both academic and industry, and also a set of practitioners. But it's important to us to kind of be there in the research to reality pipeline. And so I really appreciate the ideas of kind of the things that are needed, who needs to be in the room, what kind of toolkits and just kind of collections of work are going to be there. And I see you, Deger, and I don't know how much of this you're thinking of, having at your workshop. And Aviv, I know you're doing something similar. So I'll just put a plug for, we want to share your work. When you publish research, we want to share it with the community. We want you to speak at our lunch and learns and share your research. Your events, we want to promote them. We want to, do whatever we can to help bring this space to life. So, send us your ideas.
I just want to add a little plug for, so I think I'm helping the Plurality Institute kind of build sort of what everyone has been talking about, like resources, like adding, like we're trying to like figure out what does the ecosystem even look like, what orgs are present, what sort of like projects or academic institutions are working on this, and there's like different abstraction levels, there's like different categories. So I would love to invite everyone to like reach out to us and send us what and we can kind of collaboratively build this map and do that, the resource collecting. Yeah, we have a whiteboard.
There's something I'd love to help with, and I think this will take a lot more people, so I'll make it a bit about my personal story here. So I studied political science and computer science with a focus on AI. I wrote my thesis with a department called Democracy, Development, and Rule of Law, but my degree is in computer science. I studied at Stanford. There's computer science as a degree, there's psychology, there's linguistics, there's philosophy. Then there was symbolic systems, which was this ambiguous thing, and people would make fun of it being not obvious what it is. And it was kind of like, if you want to actually do something interdisciplinary there, that was the right discipline. I would have loved for there to be the thing that I was trying to do as an obvious track. To me, it was obvious. This was about 10 years ago. I wrote my thesis. I literally talked about Polis in my thesis and Colin, and it feels incredible that I gave a talk right before him now. I still go through that sometimes. What I think is amazing is I think there is a shared vocabulary here. I think there's actually different threads that we need to touch. Like the things that I try to pay attention to in AI Objectives Institute is not to just look at it from a build perspective, but also, what is the thought lineage? What are different considerations on the political theory from social choice theory? I would love to compile this curriculum. I think this would be so, now this feels so obvious, and I tried to create that for myself. If this readily existed, and probably all of your work would make its way into this, it would be so much easier for newcomers and undergrad to say yep, I'm interested in this intersection. This intersection is so much more obvious. I feel like I'm spending a lot of my time when I talk with AI people on oh, here is Habermas, have you ever heard of him? Or I'm talking to someone who's a political scientist, and I'm like, here is how LLMs work. And it's ridiculous. There is more intersection. How can we make more ready people? I'd love to help create this curriculum. I kind of tried to do that myself 10 years ago. So, yeah.
I'll also say talk with Colin and Zhang at Berkeley, who also have done some work on that.
Thanks, Dara. I also want to help with this. I also, I have, in my childhood, I had There are two things in my childhood bedroom. One is a copy of Red Storm Rising from Tom Clancy. It was all about like politics and military technology that I was like, flipping through when I was a little kid. And then the other is like a TI-85 calculator, like sitting on top of it, that some very visionary engineers had the fortuitously put TI Basic and a read evaluate print loop on a calculator, and I was writing programs, and it was kind of like political technology. When I got to college, it was like physics, political science. That was it. And I really didn't have to choose until then. I chose political science, and I don't regret that. But I had to then go through personally, quite a dislocated journey back to being a technology company. That was kind of a little brutal. So, I think also I've taught a course to two students now, and I've designed the curriculum end to end. Lisa and I've talked about it a little bit. It's called Machine Learning for Deliberative Democracy, and it's built. But it's only part of this. It's only part of what we would have here. I'm just trying to get one course down, and it would basically be what I've tried to approach it from, and this is just one narrow stretch, is the what would I have wanted to be in if it was a CS and political science, both tracks, 50-50 mashup, where we weren't assuming that the CS students know about Habermas, and we weren't assuming that the political science students know what a transformer is, and we have some basic conceptual introduction, and then we have something that's project based, and of course it's gone well a couple times, but I think like even just having getting ambitious with teaching and maybe making a shared bookshelf might be an interesting outcome as well. And I think there's a lot of room for it, because even now, and I'll end on this. UC Berkeley has, if I understand correctly, because of staff shortages, they have limited combining in demand majors, so you can do computer science or. So you can't do CS and economics. So there's like the some of the more computational majors, it seems like there's even more of an uphill battle right now in this particular moment because of dynamics in universities to getting new programs out there that are computational, and we're trying to meet the baseline. And so I think that there's room also then maybe perhaps it's a MOOC or something else that is designed around around some of the foundations.
I want to hold a little bit of space for anyone who hasn't spoken yet, and maybe you're hesitating a little bit, or you're not sure if your comments are in the same thread. We want to hear from you, so I want to encourage everyone to get to share your thoughts here. Okay, great. So I just have a few final announcements to read. I love how we're on time. So happy. Jen, I think I've already said, if you have ideas for Plurality Institute, what we can do, what we need to do, how we can help, how you want to collaborate with us, how you want us to promote the stuff you're already doing, please let us know. I want to thank everyone for coming. Again, I want to thank some of our sponsors, Turan, also UBS Bank at the last minute jumped in and sponsored half our food, which was really unexpected and awesome. We are going to invite you all to our Plurality Institute mailing list. We won't spam you. We only email you a couple times a month. That's where we include things that you send us or things that you post in our Slack. We're going to add you to our Slack. Whatever you post in our Slack, when we send out a newsletter, we pull it in to the email. So that's how to get your stuff promoted. We're currently redoing our website, so we hope to have a job fellowship opportunity board, event listings of what you all are doing out there. And so, keep that stuff coming our way. Lunch and Learns, if you publish some research, you want to present, we are open to hosting you for Lunch and Learns on Zoom. We have dinner, so it's almost 6 o'clock. We have dinner starting at 6, and then we have this space until 9 o'clock, so you can hang out, you can talk. Ravi and Colin are going to play piano for us, which is really Please no food or drinks on the piano, even though it kind of looks like it was designed to be a bar, but
but on the piano. Again, want to thank our very generous host, this venue. Please thank the staff in my kind of overalls. They donated this space to us, and it's just so beautiful, and really appreciate being able to be here. Come and talk to me. Come and talk to each other. There's so much more work to be done. We love you, and yeah, I just want to thank everyone for coming. Yay! Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And videography, yeah.
And David, I think David too. All right, everyone, have a good time, and we hope to see you online and at a future event.
Okay, so